Good morning, everybody. We're about to start. It's 9:59. I'm going to be starting roll call. If we can start. I know everybody's still. Okay, let's start heading to our seats so we can say prayer and get started with roll call. I know everybody, wants to get out of here. The OU game's about to start.
Every now and then, give us the score.
Oh yeah. So I think we can start.
Okay.
Just.
Oi, Nathan. Eighth and Oxage. Okay. Kaka ne Hawaii 80. Ho ba hini song be kaka ne hawon. Ho he sanan. Who had found that he she's not who not deed had they call back there. Oh, that he could not. No, who not deed that they call who had found that on a day that he she's and they call. He may call back there, honey all holding that net. Need the ain't it, hit the sheen up. I don't know, ain't it, and they call back there. The need on it, the need on it, and they call back there. We may call back there, it's about nothing there. They share, the niece on it. They baby, they want that, they call back there. They call who half and hit the sheen up there. Who not tea had they call back there. No, on that, Benny and not let Benny his say and they call. Spend nothing that. No, how that they call back there. Who had fan that he thought what had they call that and all what had they call back there. Who had fan that. They call the off on that and that. We come to you this morning, Lord. We ask you blessings for all our people, all the Cheyenne, all the Arapaho people, all the other tribes that are gathered here today. We ask you for blessing. We ask you to watch over each one of us as we go through this day today. We thank you for this way of life, our Arapaho ways, our Cheyenne ways. We ask that way. We ask blessings for the elders, for our children, for our grandchildren, those that are coming, Lord. We ask that way. All those that need help, Lord, we ask you to look down on them and touch them and bless them today. Oh, they call who hath and who not deed had he she's that they call. Naasa. Amen.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to start roll call. Once we meet quorum at 75, we will start the meeting with nominating a chairman. I'm going to go ahead and start roll call. Tina Littleman. Okay. Kanisha Willis. Laura Jones. Marcus Gaines. Dorleen Two Babies. Amos Two Babies. Teresa Two Babies. Teresa. Stephanie Brooks Big Eagle. Stephanie. Courtney Island. Jana Presley. Alice Marquez. Alice. Sarah Oldbear. Patricia Stomps. Darian Birdshead. Virginia Reyes. Virginia. Okay. Wilma Tapaha. Andy Rednose. Andy. Vincent Scott. Esther Fletcher. Marshall Medicine Bear. James Sherry. Myra Lee Biederbeck. Myra. Melvin Romanos. Melvin. Kayla Reynolds. Kayla. Max Bear. Max Bear. Okay. Robert Wilson. Robert. Kim Huff. Kim Huff. Kay Flying Out. Kay. Okay. Mandy Washaw. Mandy. Luana Cannon. Sarah Goss. Sarah Goss. Edwin Maris. Bless Miranda. Chalice Island. Robin. Lori Penner. Rachel Heapabirds. Rachel. Lexi Brambila. Okay, is it Hippolito Herrera? Hippolita Herrera. Over there? Okay, there you are. Mary Youngbull. I saw her. Mary? Okay. Is it Stephen Carr? I think that's the name. Stephen Carr. Rachel Lynn. Gail King. Gail. Jerry Romanos. Daniel Tallbear. Jacqueline Turtle. Kelly Matthews. Kelly Loneman. Christina McHenry. Seth Littleman. Marlene Yellow Eagle. Jocelyn Jones. Vern Bullcoming, I see him. Harvey Cervere. Cody Zimmer. George Woods. Leslie Wandry. Oh, there you are. Herschel Gorham. Alicia. Mary Smith. Mariel Smith. Is it Carly Smith? Tuesday Gorham. I saw her. Laquita Lone Man. JC Wheeler. JC. Kirsten Williams. Kirsten? Okay. Charlene Heapabirds. Elwyn Wellborn. Janet Bullcoming. Janet Bullcoming. Martin Yellow Eagle. Kara Lehman. Kara? Okay. Robert Wilcoxon. Alden Yellow Eagle. Chico Buffalo. Amick Birdshead. Francis White Thunder. Robbie Tallow. Francisco Montanati. Truman. Is it Pedro? Pedro? Okay, so we have met quorum at 75 right now. It's 10:14. We are going to make sure everybody has their voting device. We are going to start nominations here in a bit for chairman, but everybody needs to have their voting device on hand. We're going to go through a few questions so that way you guys can get comfortable with your with voting. I know there's quite a few of you that wasn't here last year, so make sure if you're when you got checked in and you're a tribal member, you guys get your voting device because that's how we're going to be voting on these resolutions. Okay, so do you want to go ahead and start with the first? Everybody get your voting devices out. We're going to start with 30 seconds. These are sample questions or dummy questions. The first question is, what tribe are you? Are you Cheyenne? Are you Arapaho? Or are you both tribes? You'll pick 1 for Cheyenne, 2 for Arapaho, or 3 for both tribes. And we're starting the timer. One for Cheyenne, 2 for Arapaho, or 3 if you're both Cheyenne and Arapaho. Do what? Yeah, you just get one. If you change your vote within the 30 seconds, it'll change it to the last one. But once the 30 seconds is over, it closes. You can't vote after that. No. No, you won't need to push send. You'll just press 1, 2, or 3. You don't have to press send. It automatically sends it. Is everybody getting familiar? We're going to go through one more question. Or maybe a couple more. We'll see what we have here. Okay, so this is how it works whenever we're voting. There's going to be a graph coming up for number 1. It says we have 44% of you guys are Cheyenne, 20% are Arapaho, and then we have 36% here that are both tribes. So whenever we're voting, this is how it's going to look like when we start the vote on the resolutions. We're going to go to a second question. This is a voting one. What district are you registered to vote in? You'll press 1 for Cheyenne District 1, press 2 for Arapaho District 1, 3 for Cheyenne District 2, 4 for Arapaho District 3, 6 for Arapaho District 3, 7 for Cheyenne District 4, and 8 for Arapaho District 4. So we're going to go ahead and start. Okay. So I guess I'll just have to talk louder, I guess. Okay. You guys hear me back there now? On voting? We're going to probably have to kind of quiet down so we can hear what's going on. The people in the back can't hear. Okay, is the voting closed yet? Okay, so this is what we got on the graph. This will be in the newspaper too, probably, because I'll send over all the data to her, but this data shows up on the final results. So you guys can see right now, it looks like we have majority from Arapaho District 2 here. And then coming in second is Cheyenne District 2. Huh? What's the... Okay, so we're going to do one more, and then we're going to start nominations for chairman. This is, do you reside in the service area, or do you reside outside the service area? Do you live within the Cheyenne-Arapaho boundaries? You'll press 1. If you live outside the Cheyenne-Arapaho jurisdiction, you'll press 2. So press now if you want to vote for this. Is it done? Okay. We only have about 200 people voting, and my sign-in sheets say we have way more than that here. So make sure you guys are voting. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we have 72% of us live within the service area, and then outside the service area is 29%. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and start the meeting. I'm going to start taking nominations for chairman. Let's open it up to start the nominations for chairman. Yes. We have one nomination for Albert Oldcrow. Do we have a second? Okay, hold on. And then who seconded it? Okay, and then who did Bill? And then who seconds that? Bruce? Any other nominations? Do we have a nomination to cease the voting? Who is that, Mary Jo? And who seconds that? Pat? And let me go over here and give her the info. Okay, here in a minute. Okay, so we're going to vote number one. If you want Albert Oldcrow, you'll press 1. If you want Bill Tallbear, you'll press 2. So start your voting. We'll have 30 seconds. One, Albert Oldcrow. 2, Bill Tallbear. Okay, go ahead. Here's, yeah. Yes. Huh? Yes, there's nothing that says you can't run. I mean, it's in the executive office. I mean, it's up to the people. If you all want. It's up to the people. He works in the executive office. If you guys don't want him as chairman, then don't vote for him. I mean, this is a democracy. So that's how it works. But we have Albert Oldcrow, looks at like 161. Bill Tallbear at 160. Oh, wow. Is that right? Okay. So it looks like Albert Oldcrow is the chairman. Robert gets up here, we're going to start nominations for secretary.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the Tribal Council meeting. The sound system still sucks. Many moons ago, I asked the governor to make sure we have a decent sound system so everybody can hear, because I was there about 3/4 of the way back and I can't hear. It's like some of those Jack in the Box. So, as much money as we got, we should have a decent sound system, Cadillac sound system. And I do appreciate the fact that we no longer have to count votes. Whew. So it takes a while. We're getting some progress made. In the meantime, secretary, nomination for secretary. Bobby Hamilton. Man, give me a pen that doesn't work. Real Cheyenne pen. Okay, who nominated Bobby? I have a second. Okay. Any other nominations? Man, about like asking who's going to pick up the check. Okay, individual to have the nomination cease. Okay, thank you. So, Bobby Hamilton, come on down. Price is right. While she's getting situated, let's go ahead and see if what legislators are in the House. A1, raise your hand. A2, raise your hand. No, the legislator. Y'all not legislators. Man. Yeah, I'm going to be one day. About A3. About A4. What about C1? Stand up. Get on the chair. No, just teasing. C2. There he is. C3. There he is. C4. Okay, there you got it. Have an idea of who's in the House. Those of you that came late and got the last end of the breakfast and made use of that bacon, it's all that was left whenever I went through there, so make sure you put some on your elbows. Some of you need it on your lips. Okay, we've got a number one on the agenda, select a tribal council coordinator. Okay, we do have the individuals that are for tribal council coordinator.
We are out of clickers, so. Okay, so we are out of clickers. We have over 400 people here. We didn't have this last year. I do apologize if you did not receive a clicker. We're going to have a counter. They're going to give you a piece of paper. You're going to write down, you're going to raise your hand whenever he says, okay, those who do not have a clicker, you'll raise your hand. You'll get a piece of paper. You'll write down yes, no, or whoever, the coordinator election who you want. You'll fold it up, give it back to the counter, and they're going to bring it to the secretary. We have probably about 5 people that don't have clickers. So if you don't have a clicker, raise your hand so the counters can know. We have 2 right here. Or we have Georgia, and who else is? Oh, Mary Jo Higgins and Georgia. They're going to go around and give you a piece of paper. You might grab a clipboard for them too so they can write on it. And then you'll fold up, and if you don't want to give it to them, you can bring it up to the secretary so your vote can count, okay? Do they put their name on the paper? No, don't put your name on the paper either. Just put what you're voting on. Put, yes, no, or abstain. Don't put your name on the paper. But you'll fold it up and bring it to Bobby, or you can just give it to the counter and they'll bring it to Bobby. Do we understand? Okay. And as people are coming in, Ramona and Lee will let them know that they'll have to raise their hand. So you're going to have to tell them, say, raise your hand.
Just standing here for the very few short seconds, I already see a way where I could make my way around that. I click, I raise my hand again. Guess what? I vote twice. Look, we'll work with it and see what we can do. That's just the crook in me coming out. Okay, well, They know. We'll see. Oh, and I will say this, because can y'all hear me in the back? I'm using my outside voice. So those of you that will come up and speak, see how close this is to my lips? Real close. That's what I suggest that you do. It was a few meetings ago that a young man got up and was speaking, and he had it down here, and nobody could hear. And I tried to inform him, you don't talk to me. I know what I'm doing. I said, okay, but nobody's going to hear you. So I let him go. Just a suggestion. Do whatever you need to do. I was informed that if I got up here to hurry this along because of the OU football game. You know, there's priorities. People have a lot of priorities. Is this being live streamed? It is. Good. Okay. We're getting closer. Making use of our resources. So the tribal council coordinator candidates, come on up. Allow them 3 minutes to speak. Come on down.
Thank you very much.
Put it up to you now.
Well, good morning. It's good to see so many people here. It's very encouraging to see so many tribal members come out because this is important. Your votes matter. We have the power to do things as the tribal council, but it takes us all showing up to vote. And I'm just really encouraged to see so many people show up this morning. My name's Amanda Shirey. When I was little at Barefoot Powwow, the elders gave me the name Cedar Woman, Ja'ahise, so I go by the name Cedar. My grandma was Pauline Bates Shirey, and she was a full-blood Arapaho woman. She went to school right here at Concho, actually. She graduated here as a boarding school. I remember her, telling me she used to get to go home only for holidays and in the summer. And she's the one who instilled our roots and our ways in me. And I'm running for your tribal council coordinator because I want to help our people. I want to help advance us as a people. I'm not in this for the money. I'm a business owner. I own 2 businesses that do well, so I'm not in this for the money. I'm here because I want to serve my people. I want to help us progress, and I am a strong woman, and I can do that. I can keep you informed, and I'm not in anyone's pocket. I've heard a lot of people that's come up. People have been messaging me and saying, oh, it looks like you're the pick for our executive branch. And hey, if those people are going to support me, I'm all for that. I'm humbled and thankful for anyone who is going to support me and vote for me. My goal is to be a bridge between the tribal council and our other branches of government. That's where I see a lack. That's where I see us not getting resolutions passed. And it's a problem. And I don't want to, I want to be a bridge. I promise you, I will contact every single legislator. I will contact our governor and whoever our governor is going to appoint as our new lieutenant governor. And I will set meetings with them, and I will communicate with them, and I will have discussions with them, and I will talk with them about these resolutions that you, the people, are wanting to get passed, and I will see if I can help move that along. I will find out why they aren't passing it if they're going to choose not to. I will keep you informed. I think that's a crucial component and key thing that we have to have. We have got to work together as at all branches of the government. Thank you.
Great timing. Yay. Great timing. She almost ran out of time, but right under the wire. So here is the next candidate.
Good morning, everybody. I'm the current Tribal Council Coordinator. I'm not going to go into everything. I know I've done this enough that you guys already know who you're voting for. My biggest thing, being coordinator is getting information out to you guys, knowing what's going on. Everybody says, as far as like these resolutions, aren't being, looked at. I mean, I've had already people complaining today that, why come? Because they don't, the government doesn't acknowledge tribal council. We created a policy last year to submit them to the legislature. Unfortunately, none of your legislators actually acted on them. They went to them before then. They were on their agenda. They didn't act on them. So, we met in public hearings as well. Even some of the people that wrote them resolutions came to the public hearings, but nothing still got enacted on. There is a lack of communication between our government and the tribal people. I do feel like I bridged that gap a whole lot because a lot of people do not know what's going on with their tribal government. You don't know what's going on until it happens, and I try my best to get that information out there to the people because you guys are the ones, if you want to decide if you want to continue to have, these people in office, so, you make that choice in the future. I do think I'm doing a good job. I get a lot of compliments. I mean, I know we have some other good candidates running. I do hope that you guys choose to allow me to be your tribal council coordinator for another year. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you.
Another fun, exciting day here at Concho. And I guarantee everybody can hear me. Can't y'all? I've had trouble hearing the microphone. What can I say? I'm up against two business women. They own businesses and have families. They do all these wonderful things. But they're busy. They're really busy. And the reason why the legislators and you have problems is because they don't trust you, Jennifer. Oh, maybe because I go to Concho and I chat with them all the time. I know how to enforce tribal council resolutions. I know how to enforce them. Why don't you? I can do all kinds of things. I can make our wonderful governor jump through hoops if I have to. Isn't that right, Reggie? Yeah. Because simple, the Constitution, nobody enforces it. I can enforce it. Robert Little stopped me from amending the Constitution over a decade ago. Because why? It's wrong. It's flawed. There's loopholes in it. We need to fix all these gaps. Tribal council has power. They have tons of power. But nobody wants to use it because why? Of Boswell. When Boswell took away everybody's money, when she quit paying over 100 employees, they got scared. Job security, status quo. Nobody wants to lose their job when new governors come in, new legislators, new executive directors, all those wonderful people. She's admitted to Clinton the other night. The only reason she's in this position is because Reggie can't fire her. If you vote for me, I will enforce the constitutions. Likewise, as I look on the agenda, there are some unconstitutional things here. I would have helped them people write them correctly. I can write resolutions. I can write laws. One of these days, I will be a legislator. Oh, yes, I will be. That's a gimme. Yeah, it's a gimme. And I can answer all your questions. I can answer questions that they don't know about. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so those of you that have your clickers Are we ready to commence? Oh, yeah. Those of you that's going to vote twice, raise your hand. Raise your hand if you need a paper to vote on. We ran out of clickers. Okay, the way we're going to do this, just kind of doing it on the fly. The pieces of paper being handed out, they're going to be counted. That way somebody like me can't throw their own piece of paper in there. The choices are the incumbent, Jennifer Bailey. That's number 1. Number 2, Cody Zimmer. Number 3, Cedar Shirey. So it's 1, 2, or 3. And those of you who need to take your shoes off to count, do so at this time. Anybody still need a piece of paper? Still got one over here. And we got several. We're going to run into the first quarter of that ball game. Like I watch football. Although I did wake up on the campus of OU one time. Way back in the day, I was statewide Oklahomans for Indian Opportunity youth president. I was that for my sophomore year, junior year, and senior year. So we would meet on the campus of OU. Got very familiar with those places. Late night places. Raise your hand if you need more paper. Frustrating. Anybody else need paper? I know some of you don't use paper when you go to the O. Try to drip dry. Anybody else? Last call. Somebody way back in the corner. Announce again who the people that we're voting on. Number 1 is the incumbent, Jennifer Bailey. Number 2, Cody Zimmer. Number 3, Cedar Shirey. At some point, we're going to have to say no more, maybe shut the doors. What do you think? Otherwise, we're going to be here till they start bringing in the food. Oh, we're not going to have a lunch break either. We're going to go straight through until we get everything taken care of. So those of you that come 11 o'clock want to do that walk of shame, go ahead. No what? Oh, they say somebody plugged up the bathroom, can't use it. Men's and women, and you others, maybe go outside. Okay, now we ready? 1, 2, or 3. 1, Jennifer. 2, Cody. 3, Cedar. Now we ready? We already voted? Okay. Oh, we're counting the cheat sheets over here. Yeah, we're back in the 1970s. Has everyone turned their papers in? You rolling papers? Like I know anything about that. My ankle monitor has a problem with those. We've already counted. Tell them go to the bathroom.
Bathrooms are available at the NAC building across.
Okay, so if you got to go to the O, you got to go way across the highway to the NAC building. Or you can go out this back door and go on the south side. Nobody will watch. I believe this is the most people I've ever seen at a tribal council meeting. I really appreciate that. I commend you. That doesn't mean our voice is going to be heard, but I commend you. But after a while, it will be heard. There will be consequences. Accountability all those things that we're supposed to do as tribal members. Make it happen eventually. And you don't have to be related to me to make that happen. I made my way out to the George Hawkins Treatment Center yesterday and had a sweat lodge ceremony with the clients there. Okay, here we go. Cody Zimmer with 34 votes, Jennifer Bailey 161, Cedar Shirey 170. So congratulations to all those that had their name in the bucket. Next on the agenda, a tribal resolution to approve the 2024 tribal budget. I believe they had already distributed the packets there at the front desk where everybody has them. And they've also been posted online, so I'm going to bypass it, if it's okay with you, unless you want somebody to come up and read the resolution. Is everybody okay with knowing what we have to work with? Okay? So in doing that resolution, that 2024 tribal budget, I believe it's 1 for yes and 2 for no. Or do you want somebody to come up and read this? You want discussion? Okay, well, we can have discussion, but it's still, whenever discussion's over with, 1 is yes, 2 is no, and 3 is abstain. And those of you that want to come up and talk, come on up and get in line so we have an idea.
2 minutes? 3 minutes. Okay, I got 3 minutes. Good morning. My name is Pete Salinas. I got the same argument I did last year on the tribal budget. You read it, it's supposed to conclude revenue from any and all sources the tribe receives. You look at the budget we got, it doesn't have that. It's incomplete. The tax commission has been getting millions and millions of dollars over the years. Last year, our former lieutenant governor bragged to a friend of mine that we got $13 million in back taxes, severance taxes from, I think, Marathon Oil. That's nowhere in the budget. How much money does our Hammerstone construction make? It's not in the budget. How much money we get from settlements? It's not there. How much money we get in federal grants? It's not there. The budget is incomplete. It's disrespectful to everybody here to put forth a budget and we don't know how much money we got. We should have statements from the bank saying you have this much in your tax commission, this much comes from this casino, this much comes from settlements, this much comes from ARPA funds, how much money we have to know how much money we can approve to spend. So if you vote for the budget, you're voting in the blind. You're voting for incomplete budget. You don't know how much you got to spend. When you go to the grocery store, the department store, you know how much money you got to spend. Here, you don't. It's disrespectful to everybody here for the executive branch to keep that information secret. Why are they hiding it for? Also, if you're a casino employee, what is this, like 5, 6 years, and you haven't got a raise yet? They have no problem giving themselves a raise from casino monies. They're giving themselves big raises. You stay the same. There's a way to change that. I got union literature over here. There's a proven way to improve your pay, your benefits, and your working conditions. It's worked all over the world. It'll work here. You get with me, we can get this process going. But for now, your first step, if I was a casino employee, I wouldn't vote for this budget. Not at all. How many, about 5, 6 years you haven't got a raise? You worked through COVID, you worked through the high price, the recession, everything costs more. So you're voting for a budget that pays you less if you vote for it. For all tribal members, I would say vote no. Union! Teacher!
Hi there. A lot of y'all don't know me. My name is Aaron Rhodes. These right here are my 3 children. I'm here to talk about mismanagement of this budget. We sit here and let's get back to this backstory. I had my nephew come move in with me. He was kicked out of his own house because he was going through a divorce. He ended up taking his own life because of the housing authority, the HOPE program. We sit there and try to get him help through those programs. I ended up losing my house because of this. Now I am homeless with these 3 children. I cannot get help through the housing program. Somebody told me that it was not their job to hand out and mail out an application. And the HOPE program, they're so late on their darn bills that I can't even go here to El Reno and get help because all the landlords sit there and say they will not take the HOPE program budget because it takes too long for them to get a check in their hand. What am I supposed to do? How would you like to tell your children you can't take care of them and to sleep in your truck? Something's got to change here.
Good morning. My name is Leah Burrows. I'd like to welcome all of the people that came. This is their first time, and I'd especially like to extend a welcome to the out-of-district people. Thank you for coming here. This is very important. Last year, I told everyone that the budget is just for looks. They do not follow the budget. So this past year, I attended some legislative meetings. And then online, they do have the legislative branch resolutions where you can see where they appropriated money. And right after last year's meeting in October, they had 2 special sessions in October. They appropriated $200,000 for a food purchase co-op agreement. That was not in the budget. Neither was the $5 million Geary Lucky Star Casino construction. That was not in the budget. Special sessions. Special sessions are usually for the governor to get the legislatures to vote on something that he wants done. That's going around the tribal council. For 2023, March had a special session. $1.3 million was a one-time COLA payment for tribal employees. June, $140, CNA housing lawn maintenance. July, special session, $450, employee vacation hours buyback. Total was $1.9 million. Total for 2022 was $5.5 million. Add that together, that's $7.4 million. That was outside the budget. That was appropriated by your legislatures. So you add the 2023 budget modification, $5.7 million, for a total of $13,225,330 that was appropriated outside the budget. Why can't this stuff be included in our budget? So after this meeting, are we going to have another special session to appropriate more money? And so I'd like to say at the end that for you that don't follow, please pay attention. Pay attention to what's going on, and then you will know how to vote. the governor gets his legislatures to vote for what he wants, not what you want. They don't have meetings at the district. Your legislatures don't meet with you. That's what their job is. Okay. All right, well, thank you.
All right, thank you. Said I've got timer up here, and so if, pardon me?
We're asking if there are any younger people, if they could please give up their seats. If you see an elder or someone that needs a seat, if you could stand up and let them have a seat, that would be super appreciated.
Oh, there's seats up front. This ain't church.
Thank you. Welcome, everybody. It's good to see everybody here, voice their opinion. You know, and I always tell people, say what you want to say. It's always good that we always hear other people's opinions. You know, part of what Leah said is true. That is part of the responsibility of the legislators. It says in the Constitution, you have the right to, you actually have two job responsibilities. One is to make laws, and one is to, appropriate money. So it doesn't say that you can or can't, and you can appropriate any amounts you want. And I've told people this all the time. The legislators have that ability at meeting or any time they want to appropriate money. Yes, there will be other meetings called, yes, because you know what? Sometimes we want to take the elders to Colorado. What do we got to do? We got to appropriate money. When we want to do other activities, we got to appropriate money. Everything doesn't fit in that budget. We try to put everything that we can think of, because the budget is just an estimate. We try to put everything we can think of that's going to help the tribal members. We got clothing vouchers for kids. We got all the assistance for elders, for hope, for all these things that people come to the tribe to come to. So this budget isn't for just, it's for everybody. And it's not an exact science. It always has to be a work in progress, because there are other activities that everybody needs. We do try to add, just like housing, we want to do mowers next year again for people. What do we got to do? We're going to have to call a special session and say, let's give everybody who is elders mowers again, because it's been 4 or 5 years since we do it. We're thinking of those things, but they're not in the budget. So we are going to have to call a meeting and try to help again. So this budget is important because it affects everybody. And he's right. Aaron is right. It does affect everybody. And if those people need money, we should sit there and go through another special session and say, let's appropriate more money for those people who need it. That's what this budget doesn't have in it, but what it does have in it is what I just spoke about. So those things are critical. I ain't asking anybody to say no, but I'm asking a lot of people to say, yes, let's help each other, because it is important for everybody. It's important for you. It's important for these youth and our elders. So thank you. Ho-ho.
Hi, my name is Christina McHenry, and I am from the Tulsa, Oklahoma area. My question is with this agenda and passing the budget right away, okay, there's resolutions on here that I believe would affect our annual budget. Do we need to pass those first before we pass the budget?
A lot of contradicting resolutions that say, let's do this, don't do that. So, you know, when somebody comes up here and wants to talk about that resolution, they're going to have to tell why they want that resolution. Yeah, it's not in the budget, but we're asking more money for this and that. Just like Pete says, we didn't give anybody raises, but someone comes up here and say we gave them COLA adjustments. What is it? Did we give COLA adjustments, or did we not? So there's always conflicting stuff that people say, and that's fine. That's up to everybody to say what you want here at Tribal Council. But I think some of those don't merit any actual discussions and consideration. So thanks.
Anybody else?
I just have a question about the budget. 2021, I heard you, tribal governor, tell everybody that it was hard to budget monies, that it's hard to foresee things in the future, but you do the best you can. I also heard you talk about when the CARES Act was awarded, that the millions of dollars, you needed help. I understand that. And so we hired consultants to budget that money. And yet still, we come up with a deficit. That doesn't make sense to me. So I don't understand. And when we hire budgets like that, these high-priced consultants, we should have a clause in the contract that says the deliverables, that when they don't give us our money's worth, they don't come up with, when we still come up with deficits in the budget and we paid them these high-priced salaries on their contracts, there should be some clause in there that says, where's their accountability? We shouldn't have to pay for something that ends up with us still minus money, plus their consultant fees. That's what I don't understand. And every department has a budget. Every month, you see what you spend. Every month. And then all of a sudden, it's not until the end that I hear about we have millions in deficit. That should have been accounted for every month. You make adjustments every month, every quarter you make adjustments, not just at the end, not just at the end. So I think we can do better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Need a motion to call this to question? Okay. Need a second? Okay. So now it's punch one for yes. Oh, those of you that need paper, raise your hand so we can get them to you. Those of you who need voting paper, and while they're doing that, I ask you in a good way that while somebody's speaking, don't interrupt by yelling at them. We've got individuals here that's their first time to attend this meeting, and I don't want them to walk away with a sour taste in their mouth. Say, damn, they're just crazy in there. Act like we're at family. Family gathering, cussing, throwing food, flattening tires, calling the police. They're just at my family gatherings. I don't know about yours. I don't get invited anymore, so no big deal. Anybody else need paper? And again, the bathrooms are out of order. Somebody really plugged them up. It was that breakfast. And they was carrying 2 plates. Anybody else need some paper? Okay, those of you vote now, 1 for yes, 2 for no, 3 abstain.
Wait, how did you do that? I looked up and I meant to press 1. I meant to vote no, and I pressed 1. I go, oh my God! Okay, then how do you just press 2? Just press 2.
So
It'll count the last one.
Okay. If you got fat fingers and you got a counter and you hit the wrong one, say you accidentally pressed 1, hit 2, and it'll take the last vote if you have a counter. Now, if you got a piece of paper, you're out of luck. Put an X. So I really mean this time. All the paperwork turned in. There's one back here in the center. Throw it into an airplane and throw it up here. Come on down. There you go. These are the ones that were just turned in. Okay. It's been pointed out to me that we have somewhat of a dilemma. We've got X amount of clickers, but not everybody's voting. See, some of them don't work. So how do we know that she's getting the right information? I don't know. Yeah, I think we were like 50, we got so many clickers, and there was 50 some that didn't vote. So but as long as it has a number on the screen, it should work, right? So if you have trouble, just raise your lips. I'll come help you.
I need another announcement. If you've parked in front of the food pantry, we're asking that if you could please get your vehicles, because they're going to start handing out food boxes very soon. So if you could just move it on over this way. Park in the grass, it's okay.
I have a towing company. I'll give you tribal break.
One more volunteer to hand out paper. The other one had to leave.
We need another volunteer to hand out paper.
You can get rid of it.
Yes 180, no 171, abstain 14. Okay, moving on down, because we've got 17 of these to address. Number 3, a tribal council resolution to support and reestablish traditional, cultural, and ceremonial homelands in the state of Colorado. Who is the author on that? Wants to come down and read that resolution?
Resolution 3. Which one would that be?
The resolution is to support and reestablish traditional, cultural, and ceremonial homelands in the state of Colorado. Got it?
Okay, so most of you know that Shirapo tribes were there in Colorado around the Rockies. So this is the purpose of this resolution. It says, reestablishing Colorado's our traditional and cultural and ceremonial homelands. The Shirapo tribes, whereas the Shirapo tribes are federally recognized Indian tribe organized under the Constitution approved by the tribal membership of April 4, 2006 and approved by the Secretary of Interior, and whereas the Tribal Council finds it in the best interest of the tribes to promote the education, economic, and social welfare of the people as to protect the religious freedoms and tribal customs of all tribal members, and whereas in the preamble of the Constitution, the people of the Shirapo tribe state they do establish a Constitution in order to sustain and promote their cultures, language, and way of life, protect their religious rights, establish and promote justice for all people, promote education, establish guidance and direction in their government, respect and protect their natural environment and resources, and advance the general welfare for themselves and their prosperity. And whereas Article 5, Section 2A of the Constitution grants the Tribal Council the power to set policy for the tribes and shall have all powers and duties specifically provided by the Constitution, and whereas the Shirapo tribes have been a large part of the state's history and are still rooted in the state of Colorado, which is home to almost 300 enrolled tribal members, and whereas the Treaty of Fort Laramie signed in 1851 was made between the United States government and the Shirapo, who occupied parts of the present southern Wyoming and northern Colorado, and whereas the Treaty of Fort Laramie granted lands to the tribes stretching from the North Platte River south to the Arkansas, this territory encompassed over 44 million acres, including present-day Sand Creek, and whereas under the Fort Rice Treaty of 1861, tribal lands granted in the Fort Laramie Treaty were reduced to an area between Big Sandy Creek and Arkansas River, which caused the Shirapo tribes' tribal territory to decline to less than 4 million acres, and whereas the tribes currently own 1,465 acres of trust land in the state and have endured misconduct by the state of Colorado, namely Governor Evans, at the time of the Sand Creek Massacre, and now therefore be it resolved that the Tribal Council finds that the traditional homelands with almost 300 existing tribal members reside in this state of Colorado remain occupied and will continue to be occupied as traditional homelands, and be it further resolved the Tribal Council wants to provide support to set up a resource center and acquire other property to expand our progress and build our relationship with our members and the state of Colorado, and be finally resolved, we as Shirapo tribal members still maintain our existence and occupation of the state of Colorado and support the occupation and recognition of an official Shirapo land base in the state of Colorado. Okay, so my point is, as we go up to Colorado, we get a lot of people up there, tribal members, and we discuss the issues that Colorado is still our traditional homelands. I've talked to Lieutenant Governor Diane Primavera up there. I've talked to Senator Hickenlooper, Senator Bennett, and I've explained to all of them that we still consider Colorado and around Denver and those areas as our traditional homelands. I talked to the Department of Interior. I talked to Secretary Holland. I talked to Assistant Secretary Brian Newland, and I've asked Brian, how do we get back to Colorado? He says it's up to the tribe. He said if the tribe wants to come back up here, they come up here. And they said, if you're going to put land in a trust, you need to do it now, because this administration, the Biden administration, is more apt, and there are more reason to believe that the tribe should have land in another state. There's 2 tribes that have went to other states and put land in a trust, and I think that the time is now that we go into the Colorado and establish ourselves more with the presence of land and resource center and economic development for our tribal members, because I know a lot of people would like to go back to Colorado and live and establish their home as well. So I have asked some people from Colorado to be here, and they are here, and I asked Rich and Bill to come, and they're here. So I know I talk to them, Bill and Rich Tauble, every time I go up there, and many others, but I asked them specifically if they would come and support this resolution. So they're here, and I think they want to speak.
Hello, tribal members. Good morning. I'm Rich Tauble, and in Colorado, we have been trying to get land back. Well, the problem we run into is we're not tribal members. We're each individuals, but we do have a presence. If we could get a presence there, we could have a lot more economic benefit, and that is our homeland. And we would create an embassy, and we would try to do a cultural museum. So we'd like your support on this. I hope. Good day.
Oh, good day. Thank you, Reggie, for bringing this resolution to the people. It's up to you guys. People are already talking about our history up there, and they're not even native. Do you guys like people telling your history? No. That's what Colorado is doing. They're telling our history. You need to understand there's things that are happening in Colorado, in Denver, that you guys are not aware of. I know you guys are very busy with a lot of stuff that's happening here, but that's our original homeland. I live in Denver, Colorado. You guys come up there, do your business, and then what do? You leave, right? So we came here today because we need your support, but not only that, you need our support too. You need us to help you, to help us as Native people, as Cheyenne, as Tatista, and the Arapaho people. We need this. We need the education. We need to educate people about who we are. We need to tell our own history, not somebody else, right? So that's why we're bringing this resolution to you, so that way you guys understand what's happening. There's a lot of things that are happening that we have no control over. But today, you have control over your vote. Vote so we can expand. We can continue to heal what the white man has done to us. Okay? Let's continue that healing. But let's do it in our original homeland. Okay? Let's come home. Let's come back home. Okay? Let's welcome each other back home. Okay? In a good way. Aho, Nua'ish. I'm sorry about that. My name is Bill Tauble, and my grandma and grandpa lived here. David and Nellie Hamilton would come down here to Thomas. That's where we grew up. I was born here in Oklahoma, raised in Montana. Went to school up in Montana, Lame Deer, Ashland. Now I live in Denver, Colorado. Okay? I work for the National Park Service, the Japanese American confinement site. That history is not well known, the National Historic Landmark. We have ancestors that are still buried up on private property in Colorado, in Denver. We need your help. We need to get up there and take care of our ancestors, okay? So, ho-ho, niya.
If you need a clicker, please raise your hand. We have some more clickers available. And I just request everybody to please try and stay and cast your vote on these resolutions.
Good morning again. My name is Pete Salinas. I got a few points to make about what these people have spoken about here. Now, I'm all for getting to learn our history and recovering our homelands, but they're wrong to say this is our traditional homeland. We didn't start out in Denver and Colorado. You know, we're a nomadic people. We started out in the Minnesotas, then we spread west. As far back as we could tell, we was in the Minnesotas. Then we went to the Black Hills, Wyoming, Nebraska, Kansas, Colorado, and now we're here in Oklahoma. The big thing I take offense with is there's no dollar value amount attached to this resolution. We pass this resolution, does that give them permission to buy millions and millions of dollars of empty farm space out in the middle of nowhere? You look where Sand Creek is, it's like 2 hours away from anything. It's out in the middle of nowhere. They say there's 300 tribal members in Colorado we need to support. Well, you know what? There's about 1,500 in Oklahoma City area that they need support too. What's going on with that building off Meridian? It's been 3 years now. Next month will be 3 years since we spent $3 million on that building. What about the people close by that need that support? Because I've known enough tribal members that are living on the street, living in shelters. I even know one that died in January. She got kicked in the head, sleeping on the sidewalk. What about the people there? Who is this going to help in Colorado? There's nobody out there that lives anywhere near that place. So you say you want to establish ties, you want to establish and get a resource center for the tribal members. What about the ones just half an hour away? You know, come up with some numbers. And don't tell us where we come from. We know where we come from. You know, we're living here now. We can't build in the past. We can't help those people in the past, but we can help the people here now, today. I would say no on this resolution.
My name is Pat Smothers. I vote in the A3 district. And I have a problem with this because you gentlemen don't know what we are putting up with. We have bought properties and they've been sitting idle. These two gentlemen up here from Colorado, they don't know what we are having to tolerate because we keep buying properties and we do nothing with them. We have millions and millions of dollars tied up here. We don't need to go to Colorado to spend more money, not at this time. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Reva Wasney, and I was raised by my grandparents, Susie and Chester Wasney. The entire time that I grew up, they told me my history, and we moved from Wyoming down to Oklahoma, depending on the winter or the summer. In the summer, we moved back up to Wyoming. In the winter, we moved down to Oklahoma. That's what we did every year. And then when the Sand Creek Massacre happened, everybody fled south. She said when it calmed down, half of us went north, half of us stayed here, and that's how we got split up to northern and southern. I'm sorry, but I never heard mention of Colorado as being a homeland. I just needed to share that with you. I trust my grandparents. I trust their truth. Thank you.
I really like this resolution because in the news we are getting land back. All natives of this continent. What's wrong with getting Colorado back? You know, we have grown. We're growing. We're still growing. You should see our our enrollment. So I want you to vote for this resolution because we want our land back. It is our land, rightfully.
Another announcement, they're doing flu shots until 1 at the Native American Church building for adults and kids inside the building, not in the mobile unit.
Good afternoon. My name is Chester Whiteman. I work for the language and culture. Me and my partner Fred. I don't know how many of you know your history, but this is our homeland. I think you need to read someplace, Pete. It's our homeland. It's our original homeland. 1851. Read that treaty, Horse Creek Treaty. And our homeland started from Nebraska all the way to the foothills of the Rockies. We covered Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, New Mexico, Wyoming, and part of South Dakota. So it wasn't just here. We were pushed here. Follow those treaties. It'll show you how we ended up here. We lost millions and millions of acres. Even when we got here to Oklahoma, we lost millions of acres. The run of '89, we lost about 5 million acres that was supposed to be our land. So any chance we get to get property back for our people, let's do it. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Darren West, and I support this resolution. We should expand on our sovereignty. The land is the only sovereignty we have left. And this preservation is sustainability, so we have to preserve every aspect of Cheyenne and the Arapaho people. So I want you guys to vote yes on this resolution. That's all I like to say.
I have a question for the two gentlemen from Colorado. There was an article that went out, I think, Pete, you sent it out, and in that article it said that the tribe would establish themselves as the Cheyenne Arapaho tribes of Colorado. Is that true? Reggie, can you answer that?
Thank you. I say, call me king.
Okay, like I said, we're the Cheyenne Arapaho tribes of Oklahoma. We have a direct connection with Colorado. I believe it. We all know it. You look at the history books. But if we want to expand, whether we're called the Cheyenne Arapaho tribes, something of Colorado, but I believe that we become the Cheyenne Arapaho tribes of Colorado. Like I said, I've already talked to Interior about this. I've talked to the Secretary and the Deputy Secretary. I've talked to the people in Colorado who actually have political ties, and I don't think anybody's saying stay away, because I think a lot of those people want us to come back and establish some. People want the tribes there so that they could actually we could show our culture as it was. But whatever we become, Cheyenne Arapaho Tribe of Colorado, Ambassador of Colorado, whatever we want to be called, at least we'll be there. It doesn't matter what the name is. So that's all I can say. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Frederick Hoffman. I heard he says these are it sounds good, but it's a tough one. I'm kind of with Pete and everybody else. How we buy this back, but do we have money to spend on something like this?
there. Do we get that kind of money to buy millions of dollars of acres of land when I see all my brothers out here, all the warriors? Now, I speak for y'all. We're bickering over something. We need help now. I see a young man here earlier with his kids. That's a sign. And I see it in all of our communities where you want to bring the budgets to help down all these federally funded programs that intermingle with gaming money, but where's our crews at? We need to lift our men up. We need to put money in our men's pockets, wind beneath our wings, empower each other, empower our men. Get us out of the slump. The economy's bad out there. There's no oil field. There's no construction sites. There's men out here. I see plumbers. I see operators. I see electrical men. I see masons. I see men out here that are hurting. I feel y'all's pain. I see it. I don't know what to say, yes or no on this, but if we got millions of dollars to go buy millions of acres back for something that we're hurting here, we can save that money and we can put some projects. Let's move things. Think. Give me 100 men, sledgehammers and buckets and wheelbarrows. We'll take down the dorms. Let's bring back some contract labor into our communities, and that's where we're going to start at. That's how we're going to heal each other. That's the only way we're going to heal our tribe, is empowering our people with employment. So think about it, it's a tough one. I don't know which way to go, yes or no. But if we got that kind of money, I'd hate to spend millions and millions of dollars on something that's way away from over there. What's it going to do for our men here? I see y'all, all y'all out there. You're scared to stand up. You're scared to speak. Maybe because you're your wife or your grandma or maybe you work for the tribe or something like that. You got to be bigger than that. You got to give her a speak. Because I don't want to hear about it outside. I want to smoke cigarettes. I want to hear crying and whining, this and that. Be a man. Get up here and speak up. Speak up for your brothers. I'll get up here and speak for my brothers. But I say, I'll vote no, because I think it's a waste of money. Let's spend that money here for our men. Let's get some crews going out here. ASAP. Not next year. I hope.
They have brought over a golf cart, so if anyone does need to use the restroom, you can go out there towards the doors, and they'll shuttle you over there to the restrooms.
Yeah, I thought, do you have to use it on a golf cart?
My name is Alden Whiteman. I'm glad to see the gentleman here from Colorado. I like the concept of the resolution here, but I would caution the resolution only on the aspect that we need to include southern portions of Wyoming, Nebraska, and Kansas, along with the concept that we have the moral ground from what our ancestors did in the Treaty of Fort Laramie. By pinpointing it into one resolution in Colorado, I don't know that this will hurt us in the long run, especially when we think about what our moral ground is and the territory that we as Cheyennes agreed to keeping along the Colorado Rockies and even into here in the Southern Plains. So I would say that we need to maybe expand this resolution to include Wyoming, Nebraska, Kansas, and Colorado, not just Colorado. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. So welcome to the gentleman from Colorado. I've heard some good words here, pro and con, for this resolution. I am for expanding our homelands. I encourage everybody to learn our history, since the schools and the public school systems are not teaching the true history. So
originally I was going to take this resolution here and bump it because this is the tribal council meeting. This is the people's meeting. This is a resolution that the governor wrote for himself. He really hardly ever addresses our resolutions, or last year all those resolutions were ignored. This should have been bumped. This is the people's meeting. We have resolutions that have been submitted by tribal members here. We have other priorities. We have people on the streets. As you heard somebody talking earlier, we have other priorities. We have drug and alcohol problems. You got to build the people up. Governor and legislators, you've got to build the people up. You're not going to have a stable system unless your people are built up. You can build all this stuff at the top, but it's only going to crumble when your foundation is not stable. So please remember the people. They're suffering.
Forgive me for coming back here. I know this time is slim, but I believe that I guess I'm searching for maybe an amendment to this resolution. So, what is the amendment? Just to include those additional states on that amendment for the resolution. Wyoming, Nebraska, Kansas as well.
He stated he wanted to make an amendment, but it has to be in the form of a motion for it to be considered to be put before the people to add to the original resolution. So we're still at discussion.
Morning, everyone. Over here, you're talking about an amendment. It's already in the Constitution, and we take a look at it. It's included the territories of Cheyenne Arapaho people. Okay, the amendment is already included. Cheyenne Arapaho people is already in the Constitution, where it states the territories. Territories. It's like where they took away this country from those people down south, Texas, all the countries that they overcame. I would vote yes for this amendment. Also, to reiterate, the people that have and know your history, where you come from, your lineage, we all have a history. It's very rich. I would encourage all these people that sit around in the walls over here. They got all these programs. I hear people looking for jobs. They're hurting. I left the reservation over here about 57 years ago. I made it out there on my own. I also speak the cultural language that I was taught at home. I know this brother over here, Bill, from Reindeer. I know his family, we're well acquainted with them. I would suggest that our people, within our people here, besides hurting, complaining, look at each other, learn your cultural language. Because that white man, one of these days, he's going to chop our legs off and he's going to say, you don't speak the language, we're not going to recognize you. It's a very important part of what the old people taught the world citizens. Speak the language first, because that's a holy language that we have. God given, the Creator gave it to our people, the Arapaho people. All the tribes have their cultural languages. One of the first things I was here growing up, the people over here, these offices, Concho, people that govern our people, they're in a rush to be white people. Now, everybody's speaking English. It's Iowa, it's the Maya, it's That won't stop it all been had. We come from a poor people, praying people. Someday, we're going to get old, we're going to all go the way our ancestors went. How are we going to answer for our actions over here? Maintain that culture. Maintain the language. Get strong in our ceremonial ways. So vote yes for this, because that's our land up there. It might be historically owned, but the white man is lying to everybody anyway to begin with. Look at the land over here to the southwest of Florida. Okay, I guess I've talked too much. Thank you.
It's not that you're talking too much. We just got time. We've already lost some people to the ball game. I don't want to lose quorum, because I have witnessed that. We have lost quorum during the process of this meeting. Yes, sir. Okay, we call for the vote. Got a second? Yep. Okay. All those over there seconded. And it was quick. Thought it was happy hour. Not that I would know anything about that. Okay, so on this resolution to support and reestablish traditional, cultural, and ceremonial homelands in the state of Colorado, 1 for yes, 2 for no, 3 abstain. And those of you with paper, got to show you green cards first. Anybody else with paper to turn in? It was suggested to me that we reduce the time to speak from 3 minutes to 2 minutes. Does everyone agree with that? And also to increase the free play today. Yeah, make it $75. At least you could go show your wristband. Yeah, I get free play. Anybody else turning in paperwork? All right, so we're down to 2 minutes to talk. Because what I've witnessed over different times of me doing this is that usually after 2 minutes they start repeating themselves. But then again, I'm getting to be an old man and like, oh yeah. I remember a long time ago, I just mentioned it a few minutes ago. I'm that age where I go to the bathroom and forget why I went there. We got any results yet? She's counting and writing. Those of you that was here earlier, I mentioned that I go out to George Hawkins. Not only do I go out there and do sweats, but I also take used luggage, because the individuals, once they graduate, most of the time their stuff is in a garbage sack. And so I take out used luggage, and it's very much appreciated. So if you got any used luggage, you might want to consider taking it by there and dropping it off. So I don't know if there's a program for the tribe to make that happen, but it's just something that I do to help an individual start a new life. And that's what it is whenever we sober up. I've been sober since 1986. And that's what I tell the individuals. If it means me driving 4 or 5 hours to help one individual sober up, I will do that. Okay, here it is, number 3, resolution. Yes, 220, no, 120, abstain 17. So that did pass. On to number 4. We got 17 to go, so do speed reading. Be like some of those guys on the commercial. Read that fast. A tribal council resolution calling for a special election to amend the Constitution regarding residency requirements. Who is the author of that? Would you please come up so we could have that read? Are you in the building? Who's the author for the Tribal Council resolution calling for a special election to amend the Constitution regarding residency requirements? Okay, we will go on to the next one. A tribal council resolution calling for a special election to amend the Constitution for term limits. Do we have the author for that resolution? We're needing the author to come and read. We didn't have anybody to read number 4 either. Huh?
Oh, I said you're supposed to, but I mean, if you...
Oh, I'm supposed to read it?
Well, if you don't have number 4, which one are we on?
Because
nobody, number 4, because nobody came up.
Well, if you want to read it, you can. But I'll talk on it. I mean...
Okay. I'm supposed to read it. I will do the best I can on reading this agenda item number 4, so you will have to bear with me. A special election to amend the Constitution regarding residency requirements. There's 1, 2, 3, whereas, and then third whereas. Amend the Constitution by calling a special election. The Election Commission shall call and hold a special election to amend the Constitution within 90 days of an official request from the Tribal Council. And whereas the Tribal Council sees the residency requirements mandated by the Constitution limits the pool of candidates who can file to run for legislator and governor/lieutenant governor. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Tribal Council hereby calls a special election pursuant to Article 7, qualifications, and to Article 6, qualifications as follows. Removing Section 3, qualifications at the time of filing a nomination petition, a candidate for governor or lieutenant governor shall physically reside in a voting district. The governor and lieutenant governor shall be residents of a voting district for the duration of their terms. replacing Section 3 for qualifications with the following. At the time of filing a nomination petition, a candidate for governor or lieutenant governor can reside anywhere. If elected, the governor and lieutenant governor must reside within a voting district in the Cheyenne and Arapaho Territory for the duration of their term and be a resident of that district for the duration of the term. Physical residency within the Cheyenne and Arapaho Territory as outlined in the Constitution must be established by the time the candidate takes office. The amendment shall apply to Article 6. Qualifications at the time of filing a nomination petition, a candidate for district legislators shall physically reside in such district. Each district legislator shall be a registered voter in the district from which they are elected. Replacing Section 4, the following. At the time of filing a nomination petition, a candidate for legislator can physically reside anywhere and must be a registered voter in the district they are seeking candidacy. If elected, the legislator must reside within their voting district for the duration of their term and be a resident of that district for the duration of their term. Physical residency in the candidate's district must be established by the time the office is taken. Anyone willing to come and express an opinion on that?
Okay, I want to talk about how some of these amendments came about. Back last year after the meeting, we started a coalition group. There were several, most of them were out of the service area. We met on Zoom. We also discussed, potential changes. A lot of it was, trying to redistrict some of the voter areas for our tribal, territories. Somebody that, a legislator that has 37 people in their district should be combined with another district, like an Arapaho district. We have two districts that can be combined in the same with the Cheyenne districts. Well, it's an election year, so this project, we were running numbers and everything like that. But it turned into, maybe we should try and see what the tribal council thinks about trying to amend the Constitution. I've sat in legislative hearings, and, I've heard, we have to force change on our tribe. Nobody's going to change it for us. You don't have your legislators being proactive about changing some of the stuff in the Constitution. We have an unequal distribution of resources. So the tribal council was like, well, maybe we should initiate that change. And I think, the reason why we have so many amendments is we only originally had one or two, and now we have 6. And I think, family and members and friends and stuff caught wind that we were trying to amend the Constitution. So they all started coming in. So that's what we only done a couple. A lot of the issue is that it's the same people running over and over again for the legislative districts. There wasn't that many people running for governor or lieutenant governor the last election either. We have to progress somehow. Out of district people, you guys, the majority is out of district people. And, and people, when they run for office, they don't want to have to quit their jobs and move back and try and run for office. This allows them, if they want to, they can file and not have to physically reside in the service area. So that's where this resolution came about. People were complaining, we had the same 4 candidates for C1 that we did 4 years ago. It's just the pool isn't there of people to, run. It's limited based on how our numbers are for voting. And anyways, that's where this resolution came about. It's a progressive resolution. At some point, we need to start thinking about amending our Constitution, so we thought we would try and put this out here for the Tribal Council to, get their feet wet on some of these amendments, because I guarantee there's going to be more coming. Also, I also met with the election commission attorney on this, figuring out, if we call for a special election, we submit it to them, they call a special election as well. So that's, it doesn't have to go through the legislature. We have a constitutional right to call for a special election to amend the Constitution. So, all right, I'm done, he said.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Two minutes.
Well, I forgot. I gave her 3.
Okay. Good morning again, Pete Salinas. There were several constitutional amendments on the agenda. I've been talking about it online. I don't know if y'all read my Facebook page, but our Constitution is very flawed. We can try and piecemeal fix here and here and here. The reality is we need to get rid of it and get a new Constitution. It's very, very flawed. All power is held in the hands of a very few, the executive branch, and they don't share information with anybody. We've seen that before. And they control the tribe through the tribal council by paying the employees to get here. So we've seen that before. It's an old tactic, and we can try and fix our Constitution a little here, a little there. We really need to get smart people together and get a constitutional committee and scrap this Constitution. We are under one person control. Very few people control the whole tribe. And I'm not afraid to stand up and say it. I've been saying it for a long time. We can try and fix it a little here, a little there. The whole thing needs to be got rid of. We got a white man system of government imposed on us. It doesn't work with us. We're two tribes, two separate people, and we got one person really in charge of everything. And the whole system needs to go. I say power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely. And we've seen that. We've seen people embezzle millions and millions and millions of dollars and get away with it, not have any accountability. The system is rigged in their favor. But there's a way to get rid of that, but we need to work together and try to change this system. So, I don't know what she's yelling at back there. But anyway, people, we need to change this system. It's corrupt. It ain't going to change itself. We have to change it. Employees, she got 3 minutes, I get 3 minutes. Employees, Lucky Star employees, you can change your work, benefits, pay, working conditions. Get with me. You have all the power. Believe me, if you stop working, them millions of dollars coming into the tribe stops. You have a lot of power. You just don't know it. You don't realize it, but I can help you. Thank you.
Yeah, I messed up. I did say there's a 2-minute time limit, but I had an old man moment, and Jennifer talked 3 minutes, so I let him do 3 minutes, so you got 3 minutes.
I was going to ask, who is in charge of the building here? Just want to ask nicely, can I turn the heating on? We've got a lot of old folks out here, really cold right now. And also, these old folks out here have medicine they got to take and stuff, and a lot of them are getting shaky, a lot of them need to eat. So think about it. Maybe we take a break and everybody eat, because we're losing everybody right now. Thanks.
Okay. Those of you that diabetic, that kind of stuff, I pray for you. But we're taking care of business, because my experience is this. If we take a break right now, the meeting's going to be over because we lose quorum.
Okay, my name is Reva Wasney, and I'm running for the A4 District Legislator position. And
And on is the number 4, calling for a special election to amend the Constitution regarding $50, $42, and $8. $152. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, whereas Tribal Council may initiate the process to amend the Constitution by calling a special election. The Election Commission shall call and hold a special election to amend the Constitution within 90 days of an official request from the Tribal Council. Now, therefore, the Tribal Council hereby calls a special election to consider the following amendments to the Constitution. Proposed amendment removing Section 2. Terms. The governor or lieutenant shall serve 4-year terms or until a successor has been sworn into office. The governor and lieutenant governor may serve as many terms in succession or otherwise as decided by voters. We will read it says to replace that with the governor or lieutenant shall serve 4-year terms or until a successor has been sworn into office. The governor and lieutenant governor shall be eligible to serve 3 consecutive under this Constitution. Upon completion of the 3rd consecutive term, the governor and lieutenant governor shall not be eligible to serve as the governor or lieutenant governor until a period of 4 years has elapsed. Go down to removing Section 3. The Election Commission shall consist of 8 members with 1 Cheyenne member and 1 Arapaho member from each district. The members of the Election Commission shall be elected from their respective districts to serve a term of 4 years. Elected officials of the tribes shall not be eligible to serve on the election commission. Replacing Section 3, Election Commission with, the election commission shall consist of 8 members with 1 Cheyenne member and 1 Arapaho member from each district. The members of the election commission shall be elected from their respective districts to serve a term of 4 years. The members of the election commission shall be eligible to serve 3 consecutive terms under the Constitution. Upon completion of the 3rd consecutive term, the members of the election commission shall not be eligible to serve on the election commission until a period of 4 years has lapsed. Election officials of the tribes shall not be eligible to serve on the election commission. So do we have discussion on that?
Again, this was the second resolution that we put in, and that's all we put in for this, but a lot of it was for the election commission. A lot of people were concerned that, we have had election commissioners in there for, a long time, even when they were appointed in by Janice Boswell, and, the discussion is that they don't have term limits, so they can be in there however many terms as well. So that's where this came about. Also, they added in the governor and lieutenant governor. A lot of it has to come to, it forces change. Our people, we don't like change, but, it has to be forced, and that's why we're having these amendments. So that's all I have to say on this one.
Good afternoon, everybody. It was 10-7 a while ago. You was late in the second quarter, if anyone knows or cares. But, we have a system that corrects anybody who don't want to be in office. It's called voting. We always want to compare ourselves that let's be like the Chickasaws, let's be like the Cherokees, let's grow and expand and be powerful. We have done that. We are more physically capable of doing things today. We have more political clout than we ever have. And you go across the country and everybody says, hey, you know what, those Cheyenne Rapahos are doing really well. I hear it all the time when we go out there. But you know what, when I used to go up to the Capitol Hill, what they would say? Why don't you guys have any stability out there? And I said, well, if the tribe wanted stability and we wanted to keep somebody in office, we would keep them in office. We would vote them in and vote them in. I was lucky enough to actually get a second term, and I appreciate all those who supported me. I can't tell you what's going to happen the next time, but one day you're going to get somebody up there you really like and you really want to keep, and somebody's going to say, oh, that's your last month or that's your last year, sorry, but according to this new rule we have, you cannot serve anymore. Bill Anatubby has probably been in his office for 30 or 40 years. The best tribe in the state of Oklahoma is run by the Chickasaws. They not make hundreds of millions, they make billions of dollars because somebody up there is leading the way and guiding them through that. But you know what, that's all I can say. It's a shame that we came to say, you know what, Reggie served 2 terms, let's make sure he's only in there for 1 more. It's not about me, it's about somebody who comes along in the future who may guide the tribe further and better than anybody else has. Ho-ho.
Under 2 minutes. Anybody else? Come on up so we don't have to wait for you to walk up. Be that strut.
Good morning again, Pete Salinas. I actually am against this resolution because I do agree. If you get somebody good and you want to keep them, there's a system in place. If you don't like somebody, vote them out. But also, the flip side of that coin is we've had in our past people that got voted out and the election commission just recounted until the loser won. So, but be that as it may, I say we should keep the people who are doing a good job in office. If they're not doing a good job, if we got a corrupt election commission, and believe me, there are some elements about election commission I do not like. They still need to be investigated and probably get rid of. Then we need to have an honest and fair election. It'll all balance out. And I've heard mention the Chickasaw. We want do you like the Chickasaws? Well, you know, I know some Chickasaws, and I tell you one thing, the Chickasaws don't put up with no embezzlement. They don't let people get away with stealing millions and millions of dollars. So if we want to be like them, these people, fix ourselves first.
Anyone else?
You should introduce yourself. Yes, sir. So that they get you on the live stream. It's good. No, it's good. Just hold it up to your lips.
Good morning. I'm Wanda Morgan from Clinton, and I serve on the Housing Board. And as much as I like Reggie, I don't approve of nothing but a lot of family working for the tribe. It's supposed to be that we don't hire our relatives right underneath us. And also, I don't approve of him appointing a certain lady to the position she has, where she thinks that she owns Concho. She is mean to our tribal members, and I have told him that before. And she still maintains a position on the board. I'm sorry. Well, she has a term limit.
I'm not trying to shut you down. It just that we're talking about this resolution here, and it's my hearing aids catching background noise. What's your name? Natalia Valenzuela.
Charlene seconds.
Okay, so we've already got a second. You can be the third. What we are voting on is agenda item number 5, special election to amend the Constitution for term limits. 1 for yes, 2 for no, 3 abstain. I really do appreciate your continued attendance here at the meeting. Does anybody have any papers to turn in? Didn't get a clicker? That clap on, clap off stuff either. These young kids don't know what that commercial's about. My granddaughter, she walked into her dad's where he was sitting, and she had a VHS tape. What's this, Daddy?
What are the numbers? Mm, 14.
Okay. Yes, 139. No, 168. 14 abstained. So we'll go on to item number 6, a tribal council resolution calling for a special election to amend the Constitution for the executive branch candidates. For $50, I'd do anything. She asked if I would read it. That's why I said $50. I'd do anything. Most everything. Depending on what day of the week it is. Let me begin. This is agenda item number 6. Let's go down to 1, 2, 3, whereas Tribal Council may initiate the process to amend the Constitution by calling a special election. Hold a special election to amend the Constitution within 90 days of an official request from the Tribal Council. Tribal Council would like to amend the Constitution to have the governor and lieutenant governor seek office separately and not seek office as a team. Whereas candidates wishing to seek office as governor or lieutenant governor will be placed on the ballot separately and not as a team, giving tribal members the option to vote for a lieutenant governor separately. Tribal Council hereby calls a special election. The amendment shall apply to Article 7 as follows. Composition B, the governor or lieutenant governor shall be elected by the eligible voters of the tribes. Candidates for governor and lieutenant governor shall seek office as a team, and both their names shall appear on the ballot together. Replacing Section 1 with the following. The governor and lieutenant governor shall be elected by the eligible voters of the tribes. Candidates for governor shall seek office individually. Candidates for lieutenant governor shall seek office individually. Each name shall appear on the ballot separately. Amendment to Article 12, removing Section 10, which states vacancy in the office of the lieutenant governor. Any vacancy in the office of the lieutenant governor shall be filled by appointment by the governor. Replacing Section 10, vacancy in the office of the lieutenant governor with the following. Any vacancy in the office of the lieutenant governor shall be filled as follows. If less than 3 months remain in term, then the office shall remain vacant. If more than 3 months remain in term, then the election commission shall hold a special election to fill the vacancy. The special election shall be held within 45 days of the vacancy. A person elected to fill the vacancy shall serve for the remainder of the unexpired term. Any discussion?
This was one of those that somebody heard we were putting in amendments. A tribal employee put this in. They're not here today. They said they weren't going to be able to make it, but they wanted to remain anonymous as well. But I guess the reasoning behind it is that the governor has to appoint the lieutenant governor. Their feelings is that we need to have the people vote on it as for the governor, and they should be running separately. That's what the amendment that they wanted to be put in. So that's what I did for them. I put it in for them, and I told them that I would speak on their behalf because, like I said, they do wish to remain anonymous. And anyways, that's all I have.
Thank you, Albert. Unfortunately, my heart goes out to Gibb's family, and Gibb passed away unexpectedly, and we do run as a team. I always had reservations about team stuff because even when we went to court, in court they told me we weren't a team, and I didn't understand that. But a lot of tribes who elect their heads separately, they always have a lot of drama and they have a lot of issues because one tries to get the other out. Not to say it couldn't happen then, but if you had an opponent, those opponents usually try to backstab the other one, and then the tribe it hurts the tribal people and tribal members. But, I just don't feel that when you run as a team that the Constitution now says I would pick somebody. And like I've told people publicly in every meeting I went to, out of respect for Gibb, I'm going to wait till the first of the year, and I said, I want, these are the things I'm looking for. So if you guys know of somebody who lives in this service area, let me know, because I want an Arapaho person, I want a veteran, and I want somebody older who feels compassionate about helping people. And that's what I'm looking for. And I've told everybody, everywhere we've been, in all of our community meetings, because I jokingly kid with someone, and they said, well, let us do this for you. And I said, but that's like somebody choosing my wife. I said, I don't want everybody choosing my wife. I want to choose my wife. So I want somebody that fits that description. And that's what I want, because I think that will best serve the tribes as a whole. But if I can get close to that, I'll be happy. But if not, we're going to have to find somebody who fits into the scheme of the tribe's needs. Thank you.
Margaret Behan, I want to say the respect for Gib Miles. I'm mourning, I'm grieving the Lieutenant Governor, who was our tribal member, our tribal leader. We must have respect for the grievance part, the mourning part. Please, I ask of you. Thank you.
Any other discussion? We got a motion to call, need a second? Okay, we are on item number 6, amend the Constitution for the executive branch candidates. 1 yes, 2 no, 3 abstain. I thought I had an old man moment. Like, who is she? My past coming up, man. How many's ever went down to the OU Texas football game? 1. Oh, that's what I was going to do earlier. Hold on. Okay, now show me the numbers. Okay, 116 for yes, 177 for no, 19 abstained. So we are on to number 7. We got 17 to take care of. Okay. Resolution calling for a special election to amend the Constitution to include an at-large legislator for out-of-district tribal members.
We have someone who's going to read that.
Okay, I'm the author of this resolution. I'm going to read it and then I'm going to explain why I wrote it. So, if you skip down to the last whereas on the first page, presently, according to the Department of Enrollment, the majority of tribal members age 18 and over have addresses as residing outside the exterior boundaries of Cheyenne-Arapaho territory, and more specifically described in Article 6, Legislative Branch, Section 2, Districts. Whereas the current system of representation of the legislature is not fitting to meet the needs of the tribal council, especially those tribal members residing out of district. Thus, the tribal council seeks to remedy the legislature's neglect of duty through constitutional change by calling for a special election to amend the Cheyenne and Arapaho Constitution to include an at-large district legislature. Whereas amending the Constitution will require Article 6, Legislative Branch, Section 1, to as follows. The legislative branch shall be comprised of one legislature. The legislature shall consist of 4 Cheyenne districts and 4 Arapaho districts, and 1 at-large district. Each Cheyenne district shall have 1 Cheyenne legislature, and each Arapaho district shall have 1 Arapaho legislature, and 1 at-large district for both the Cheyenne and Arapaho tribal members, for a total of 9 district legislatures. The legislature from District 9 shall reside outside the 8 voting districts. So, therefore, it be resolved by the Tribal Council of the Cheyenne-Arapaho Tribes initiates action required for constitutional amendment by calling for a special election to be held within 90 days of this official request in order to amend the Cheyenne-Arapaho Constitution to include an at-large district representative, and to add and amend the language within the specific sections of the Constitution as so described above. Okay, so the reason I wrote this was last year in February, we had 5 of 20 resolutions on the legislative agenda, and 5 of those resolutions were from past, not P-A-S-T, but past, like you passed, P-A-S-S-E-D. You passed the resolutions last year, and then they went to the legislative branch, and none of the legislatures sponsored them. They just ignored it. And when they went to vote, I was there when they went to vote, they do this routine where they say call for vote, and no one called for vote. They had it rehearsed, so they would name the resolution, and then it was silence across the whole the legislature. It was kind of, to me, it was in retaliation for us not passing the budget, or I don't know what the reason was, but the legislatures did not want to recognize our past tribal resolutions. Some of the resolutions were calling for like a forensic audit for business hours and for various other things. To me, that's retaliation by this administration. So, at-large representative would be someone that would represent those people who live outside the territory of the Cheyenne-Arapaho boundaries. I myself live 1 or 2 miles south of the Canadian River, but I live in Canadian County, so I'm out of district. But I do qualify for housing and other certain programs, and I don't understand why. But this is what I needed to have someone listen to me, because my A1 district representative would not listen to me. She would not, include me in her little group. So anyway. No more retaliation. Come on, let's move forward and change this Constitution.
And again, as you come to speak, we are talking about this specific item, talking about what happened in 1972. All right, so come on.
My name is Ruben Wassany, a 4th District Legislator candidate, and I'm not going to talk about 19 whatever. I'm going to talk about the 1800s. I'm going to talk about when our ancestors were grouped together, and we had to live in this area, and that was it. They took away our language, and so what I want to see is that we want to start including the people. We're nomadic people. We used to go from Oklahoma to Wyoming, but when the genocide plan started happening, we were confined. We were confined to a certain area, and I don't want to see our people confined anymore. Thank you.
I'm Phyllis Harjo Nabilsi. I live in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. I've lived up there for 23 years. I'm from El Reno. But the numbers may have changed a little bit, but as far as I understand, I think it's like 23% that live in district, and then about 70-something% that live out of district. So there's some people that have never lived in Oklahoma, some that have never been to Concho. I do welcome any of you that have come from out of state and this is your first time coming to the Tribal Council meeting. I'm happy to see that you're involved. I encourage you to encourage your family members to come and participate in this annual Tribal Council meeting, because this is the people's meeting. This is the only time that we ever get to voice our concerns. Every resolution here is the people's will. So we want our needs to be met. So the out-of-district people are tribal members as well. Some of us know more of our culture than others. I think it's important that we teach the new 1/8s our culture. We only will become stronger at that point, But the out-of-district people have a voice too. I live in Tulsa, and I see those tribal members up there that are struggling as well. So I think that it's important that we include everybody. Thank you.
When I hear of out of district, we try to go out of district. We try to do a lot of things, and we spend a lot of money, and unfortunately, Leah doesn't get along with her representative, but I don't know if we have to try to overhaul who represents who, because, whenever you're out there, let's say, for instance, you have a representative from Kansas. Someone from California calls you, and they want help, and they can't help you. What do? Do you try to come back to Oklahoma and say, hey, wait a minute, because of my representative in Kansas, or whether you're in Montana or Texas or somewhere else, this becomes a logistic question. And then the question is, when do you come to Oklahoma and meet? Or if you don't come to Oklahoma and meet, do you pay your own way to work? Because everybody drives themselves to work. So there becomes a lot of things that I always think about whenever they say out of state, and I always go, well, we're trying our best. We are, like we want to go to Colorado. We'd like to establish something in Albuquerque for those people, but there are large pockets of tribal members in different areas, and California may have the most. But nobody talks about California. They may have the most tribal members there are. Kansas has more than a lot of people, but nobody talks about those either. But, how do you cross country with one representative and saying you're going to take care of my needs? And that becomes a logistic. So every time I think about this, I think, how are they going to come here? How are they going to get with the director? And how much money we spend? We're always all talking about, we're going to spend all this money. Well, where's that $200,000-$300,000 going to come from for one office and then for the other office? Because they're going to need more money to get across the country. Because if I lived in California and my representative was in Kansas, hey, come see me in California, but who pays for it? Does their district pay for it? The tribe pay for it? And then we say, well, if you drive around to other districts while you're here, who pays for that? So that's all I got to say. So something to think about. Thank you.
Good morning, Pete Salinas again. I'm very much for this resolution. I do live out of the district. I live in Oklahoma City, not that far away. Also, I know the District 7 Kiowa legislator. He represents all the Kiowa that live out of district. I've been to his office. I've talked to him before. He's a good guy. He keeps contact with the constituents through an email through Facebook, and you might have seen him. You've seen that movie, television show Reservation Dogs. He plays IHS worker named Clinton on there. He teaches at OU, he teaches Native American Studies. He's a good guy. And he agrees that the majority of the Kiowa residents live out of district, and he is doing everything in his power to represent them people to make sure they don't get left out. The Kiowa can do it, we can do it. I know we can. We just got to have a leadership that has the will to do it. Because I talked to the people out there in Oklahoma City, and I met a lot of tribal members that are going through hard times living on the street. I asked them, "Will they help? Will you help?" And they all say the same thing. No, they say I have to move back to get help, that I live out of district, they can't help me. You know, that excuse is getting too old. There's too many of us that live out of district that are being neglected. We get counted for these federal funds and revenues, but we don't get included in a whole lot of them. That's slowly changing, but I think if we had a legislator that represented us, that lived out of district, he would push for us and not ignore us like the current legislators. Because I've talked to a few before, and I had one guy said, you know, all of Concho could split open, they could all fall in and close up. It wouldn't affect me at all because they don't do nothing for me. Well, we need to change that, and I think this is a big part of that change, getting an out-of-district legislator. Thank you.
I'm just going to repeat kind of what he said. Whenever this resolution came in, I did some research. The Kiowas, they have an at-large legislator. He has an office in Norman, and he has a satellite office in Tulsa. So the Kiowas make it work. I'm going to tell you right now, like, when I've been to the BIA and, talking about stuff that's gone on with our tribe, they're like, we can't deal with you guys right now. The Kiowas are worse off than you. So, my point here is we have a tribe that's worse off than us, and if they can pull it off, and he pulls it off, he's a great representative. I've met him before. So, the out-of-district people, representation matters. They're not wanting somebody to go fly to California or go all over the state. They want to be able to pick up a phone call their representative and say, hey, I live out of area. This is what I need, and this is what I need you to bring to the table to the rest of the representatives of the tribe. We, the out-of-district people, we're the majority. I live in Yukon. I can get some services. My daughter gets some services, but when it comes down to it, like, I don't qualify for anything, but, I don't use a whole lot of stuff from the tribe, but those that really need it, that live in, like, Oklahoma City, places like that, that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about California or New York or any of that. Representation matters, and that's where this resolution is coming in at.
Okay, real quickly, Reggie said my name. He said I didn't get along with my legislature, and I didn't know that. So I wonder where he got that information. So I just want to say she just does not acknowledge me.
Okay. Any other discussion? Call for the vote. Finally, I thought y'all went to sleep on me. Who seconded it? Just put everybody. So, this is number 7, to include an at-large legislator for out-of-district tribal members. 1 for yes, 2 for no, 3 abstain. We have the author for agenda item number 8. If you're in the house, come forward. Okay, here's the numbers, 168, 148, and 5. Just going down to that item number 8, Authority on Gaming Revenue Allocation Plan, GRAP. Is the author in the house? Come on down.
Pretty good. There you go. Be sure to introduce yourself.
Hi, my name's Junior Lanigan. I'm from Lamar, Colorado, and I'm from the Romanos and Beaver family. I am here today to sit there and ask all tribal members or those willing to sit there and vote on my resolution to amend the Constitution in regards to the GRAP, which is the Gaming Revenue Allocation Plan, and it basically gives power to the tribal council instead of the power coming from executive or any other office or department.
Read it first and then you can.
Okay. And, sorry, I got to read it first. The Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes, federally recognized Indian tribe, organized under the Constitution, approved by the tribal membership on April 4th of 2006, and under Article 5, Section 2, Powers A, the tribal council shall have the power to set policy for the tribes and shall have all powers, duties specifically provided by this Constitution. And whereas Article 13A, the tribes of the Constitution, provides that the tribal council may initiate the process to amend the Constitution by calling a special election. The election commission shall call and hold a special election to amend the Constitution within 90 days of the official request from the tribal council. And
now you can discuss.
but yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm here today. I'm the author of resolution number 8 and number 9. Number 8 is to sit there and give the powers for gaming to the tribal council, which is all of us as a whole. And I'm also for number 9, which is to sit there and push out 80% of the number 8, okay. But basically number 8 is to sit there and give the gaming powers over to the tribal council, and I hope that you guys sit there and vote on it. If not, that's what it is. But thank you.
Good deal. No problem.
Any other discussion? Shh. 1717. What quarter? Okay. Now back to this other business. And call for the vote. Got a second? Okay. So, number 8 is authority on the Gaming Revenue Allocation Plan. 1 yes, 2 no, 3 abstain. Man, do you sit on it? We got a broken clicker. She was trying to use her lips. Is the author for number 9 in the house? Yeah, come on up, you in the bullpen. Yes 119, no 169, abstain 17. We're on to number 9.
And Article 13A of the Tribes of the Constitution provides the Tribal Council shall initiate the process to amend the Constitution by calling a special election. The Election Commission shall call and hold a special election to amend the Constitution within 90 days of official request from the Tribal Council. And under Article 5, Section 2, powers following. Number 9 is basically to sit there and per cap out all casino funds to all tribal members, regardless of if you're a full-blooded or if you're only an eighth. Everybody's entitled to it. And one thing I would like to sit there and say is, all this time, this entire time, we've all been receiving 20% of the gaming revenue, and now I'm asking for 80. But if everybody says that's not fair, that's not right, then why is it fair that we're only going off of 20% so far as it stands now? That's it.
Any other discussion?
Hi, my name is Laura Jones. I'm going to keep this really short. So 80% sounds great. However, a lot of that goes to programs within the Cheyenne Arapaho tribes. And that's good because the per cap, the gaming revenue was never meant for us to live on as people. We have to support ourselves and have a job. So I am all for keeping it at 20% because that extra money that I get in August helps buy school clothes, but now I get the school clothing program, so that gets to go extra towards a bill or something. I just don't believe 80% should be per capped out. It needs to stay within our programs here within the Cheyenne Arapaho tribes, and that's it.
Hello, my name is Samara Gallegos. Y'all need to think about our burial. Some of our school clothing is supplemented. How many of y'all are going to be able to afford to bury your relatives? To provide a headstone. It's going to count in that. It's also going to count against our veterans programs, the people we should be taking care of, the ones that served and protect us.
Am I allowed to sit and say when I sing? That's it?
No.
Get one shot.
Hello, I'm Robert Goodbear. I actually reside out of district. I don't know how I feel about the 80%, but for many of us that live out of district, we actually have to fight with our tribe to get any kind of assistance. My mother, when my youngest brother passed away, had to fight with burial assistance to get him buried, even though he was a veteran and sought out the tribe multiple times for help. She had to fight with them to get a headstone. So for tribal members to come up here and say, think about this assistance, think about that assistance for our tribal members, the vast majority of our tribal members don't live on reservation or within district, and a lot of them have to fight to get assistance. So maybe 80% might be too high, but per capping them out more would help them and benefit a vast majority of our tribe that don't actually reside on reservation.
Good morning, Pete Salinas again. I am for raising the gaming per cap. Again, I hate to compare apples to oranges, but the Comanche has more people than us, and they get 40%, and they get by pretty good. One big difference is they got business corporations that actually make money. So that's one thing I had against the budget is how much are these millions and millions of dollars we put in economic development, how much are they coming back on? We don't know. I've heard before that some of them we don't make money, we lose money, we keep throwing more and more money after it. So the 40% that the Comanches make, I think that's doable to us if we spend our money wisely. You can go out here and look at these windmills. I don't know, who knows how much money we spent. Didn't do a damn thing for us. You can look at online or read about the poker tribe thing, how we spent $9.5 million. Just threw it away. Didn't do anything for us. So we can afford to help our people out more. The administration sure doesn't embarrass to help themselves out more of that gaming funds. And again, I can't keep harping on it, but if you're a Lucky Star employee, you can raise your employee pay, benefits, and working conditions. Join a union. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Megan Musket. I'm the oldest daughter of Gilbert Miles, and this is actually my first tribal council meeting. I've never gotten to come. I've always been enrolled Kiowa, and so when you guys lowered the blood quantum, it gave me an opportunity to be enrolled here, where I grew up and around my people and the language I speak and the ceremonies that I attend. And my dad and I actually talked about per cap not too long ago. And, you know, as a Kiowa, I never received per cap. I actually, when I hear about out-of-district representation, no one ever represented me. But I always wondered, what can I do to give back to my people? Even when I wasn't enrolled here, what can I do to give back to you? What can I do to give back to the children? And when I used to talk to my dad about, like, our tribe as a whole, he always wanted to know is, what am I going to leave here for my grandchildren? What's going to be here 20 years from now? What's going to happen next? Where are we putting our money so we can get more revenue? How are we going to give back to our children? What programs are we going to put in place when your children and your grandchildren are sitting in these seats? What conversations are they going to have? And so when you go to vote for this, I want you to think about that. This is calling for 80%. How much is actually going to be able to go back when you call the education department and you guys need tutoring for your children and we don't have the funds to help with that? We have to start thinking forward and not thinking about what we need just right now. We've got to think about what do we need as a tribe in 20 years. Thanks.
The natives are getting restless. Who was the second? Anybody, just anybody. That's what they told my one cousin. Just marry somebody, anybody. Okay, back to business. Got to keep this rolling. This is on Authority on Gaming Revenue Allocation Plan. The percentage. Okay?
Okay.
Got 1 yes, 2 no, 3 abstain. Our roving sports reporter, Pat Smothers. You should see her pom-poms. Okay. Oh, 81 yes, 232 no, 10 abstained. And the bathrooms are working again. Yay! Well, just a reminder, those of you that don't flush this time. Oh, and the food pantry closes at 2. I had an individual that said that he's making a motion to break for lunch. But like I had mentioned earlier, if we might as well consider this meeting over with because we lose quorum. Do you want to continue or do you want to break for lunch? Wait, hold on. Wait, I'm serious now. All those that want to break for lunch, raise your hand. Okay, how many don't want to break for lunch? No lunch. You the author? Okay, we're at number 10. Oh, and if you pass out, I got my own way of doing CPR. Breathe. Breathe. So, and I don't do mouth to mouth. I'll make you choke on that tongue.
I'm Phyllis Harjo. I'm the author of this resolution, and basically it's stating that we want to keep the per cap as is. I know that there are some that want to increase it. We just voted down to 80%. Oh, okay. So I have to read the resolution. So we'll start with the third whereas. The most important thing in there is the advancing the general welfare for ourselves and our posterity. Do hereby establish this Constitution. Whereas the proposition has been made in various tribal communities that the annual gaming per cap to all enrolled tribal members shall be eliminated, rather that the total sum of payment shall be kept by the tribal government and utilized for other services to tribal members and or invested in more new structures and buildings. Whereas tribal members have been receiving gaming per cap payments annually since its inception in 1993. Whereas Cheyenne and Arapaho tribals, regardless of residency, all receive a gaming per capita payment for those living out of the tribe's jurisdiction. The gaming per cap and oil and gas and royalty payment in December is the total assistance sum will ever receive. Furthermore, tribal members have come to rely on our gaming per cap as a cost of living subsidy. Whereas the current executive in office at the time of this resolution had previously campaigned to bring other avenues of economic development to our tribes and also campaigned to promise to increase gaming per caps. That the proposal to recoup the gaming per cap payments back to the tribes is in direct conflict with advancing the welfare of the Cheyenne Arapaho tribal members as stated in the constitutional preamble. Now therefore it be resolved, the tribal council hereby states that the will of the people is to keep the gaming per cap as is, that no change shall occur with regard to payments made to each enrolled tribal member as has been since its inception. So I wrote this because if we approve this resolution, basically it's saying hands off. So if you want to increase the per cap, you by all means still have that right to increase it, as Junior Romanos tried to do with 80%. So basically, if we have it in writing, this is going to show to OIG, NIGC, the BIA, that it's documented that the people want to keep the per cap. And as I said, if anybody wants to increase it, that's their right to do that. So if you pass this resolution, it's saying on paper that we want to keep the per cap. Thank you.
Any discussion? If you need to discuss, come on up so we'll get you in the bullpen. Hold on, we got discussion.
My name is Pat Smothers. Recently, Reggie had said that someday we may have to give up our per caps. Pardon me. My name is Pat Smothers, and I've heard Reggie say that at some time we're going to have to give up our per cap. But it is his job and the legislature's job to find us businesses. We're not doing very good on that right now. Reggie, you can go ahead and take it.
Thank you, Pat. I never said we're going to have to give it up. I said we need to look at it, restructure it, and reevaluate it, because my whole theory is we need to help the elders out more. My thought is if we could take some of it and give it to the elders and give it to the youth for school and college and whatever else, that would benefit us more than in some people who actually work and make a good living. It was never take it away. It's move it to the elders, move it to the youth, and fill it in for burial and other things that we're going to need as our enrollment increases. So it was never that. Never, 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 never. I never publicly said you're going to have to take it away. We may need to restructure some so that our elders are better taken care of. And as far as anything else goes, the tribe is probably more financially stable than we've ever been in the history of the tribe. It wasn't because somebody came and said, we're going to tell you how to do this, because every single one of us made that happen.
Good morning, Pete Salinas again. And I was at that Oklahoma City meeting where we discussed the per cap. Kind of danced around it, but more or less the feeling you get is we may have to take the per cap sometime in the future. Well, you know what? Why don't our executive branch lead by example? Why don't you cut your pay first? I remember when we first got it, this new Constitution, we had about 7, 8 employees in the executive branch. Now there's 20. Seems like that. Their budget gets more and more and more each year, and they pay each other more and more each year. And the legislators, too. They're giving themselves a big raise. We'll lead by example. You want to take from us? Don't you? You got plenty. Take from yourself first before you ask us to cut our per cap. Because for some people, that's the only benefit they get. People that live out of state and out of district. So why don't you cut where the fat is, really? Thank you.
Reva Wassany, and I wanted to, I was like, oh, are they serving plates back there? Oh, sorry, refocus. Okay, Indian Gaming Regulatory Act was put into place so that tribes like ours would have a means for economic development participation. We would have a means that we didn't otherwise have. And so the importance there is that we take what we have and we invest it. And it's supposed to be making money. So when I hear about things like a $12 million ranch and I don't hear any revenue being produced by that, I have a big question. I'm not trying to attack anybody. I look at it like this. Here's the tribal governor, here's the administration. That's what I look at. I'm not looking at names, I'm not looking at people, and I'm looking at the results. I'm not seeing the results that I think that our people should be experiencing at this point of the game. That's it. And if you're a casino employee here, I want to thank you for your service, because you provide us with going of a business that is our most productive in revenue. And I appreciate your time and your dedication to keeping those running for us. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Call the vote, call the question. Second. Number 1, yes. 2, no on keeping per cap. One for yes, 2 for no, 3 abstain. We'll have the author for number 11, funding based on voter population. Okay, well, come on up and we can get you in the bullpen, get your arm loose, ready to go. Those of you who's not baseball players, you don't know what I'm talking about. Those of you that are diabetic and you need some food, we've got some, just raise your hand and we'll get you a plate. Man, not even, only how much sugar you got when you put it in your iced tea? Acting like she got sugar. $252 yes, 37 no, 12 abstain.
Come on up. Just introduce yourself. Put it right here.
Right here.
That's it.
Hello, my name is Judith Wilson, and I'm the writer for item 11. The Tribal Council resolution determined funding based on voting population. Now, I'm talking about the legislators and how much money they give themselves.
No, just read the deal. We'll talk about it later.
I want to talk about it now. Okay, whereas each district outlined in the Constitution has a disproportionate amount of voters compared to each other. Whereas over the years, the legislators have appropriated an equal amount of funds to each legislative district regardless of voter population. Recent data from the Election Commission shows the disparity in the voter population throughout the districts as seen below, and you can read those for yourself. District, I think Arapahoe District 4 has 37 members. They're receiving $300,000. Cheyenne District 2 is 1,462, and they receive $375,000. So this is what we're talking about. Now, can I talk about it?
Did you read that?
No. Legislators' districts with larger voter populations ask for more money every year to accommodate their districts, where the smaller population districts have a surplus in the year's allocated gaming funds.
Okay, now you can. 2 minutes.
2 minutes. And what this is about is we just voted to add at-large legislators. And our governor asked, where's that money going to come from? Well, if we have more people living outside the district, so those legislators would receive part of this money. And we base it on what's actually in their district. That's what we're talking about. So the district that unfortunately only has 37, they wouldn't be receiving $300,000. Some of that money would go to the at-large. So we just average it out per voting population, not by district. We were trying to redistrict everything, and we weren't able to do that, but we can do it by population of the district and even the money that away. So it'd be an even amount of money per member per district. Thank you.
Under 2 minutes, very good. Any other discussion? Don't take my phone. It's got naked pictures in there. No. But it got duct tape across the eyes. You can't recognize them. Any other discussion? Call for the vote. One for yes, 2 for no, 3 abstain.
Well, stick around.
If you're diabetic, hold up your hand. We're good.
Okay.
Okay, 164 yes, 69 no, abstain 14. We're on to number 12. And we've got the same pitcher up on the mound, so should be used to her pitches.
Okay, I'm back. This is a tribal council resolution requesting expenditures reports from the legislators. Whereas, the tribal council would like to have expenditure reports published from their legislators. The legislature has consistently asked for more money for their districts, and their constituents do not know how this money is spent. The tribal council would like more transparency from the legislators on their spending of funds. Now, can I have a minute? I went to here. I got to read that too. Yeah. Now, therefore, it be resolved by the Tribal Council of the Cheyenne and Arapaho Tribes would like to set a policy requiring expenditure reports for each legislator to be made readily available to the Tribal Council members and published in the Tribal Tribune every quarter.
Okay, now you can do for 2 minutes.
For 2 minutes, okay. Here's my thoughts. Where is the money going? We put a lot of money into for our legislators, and it's really past their duties that they're spending this money on, because they are not party planners. But yet we're going to the skating rink, and we're going to Frontierland, and we're going to who knows where. We do have an events coordinator that can be doing that, not our legislators. But they should show where every penny is spent. Thank you.
I'd like to do it.
Any other discussion? Call the vote.
Give me some names. Who's that back there?
Pick a name, any name, that'll work. They're not even in attendance. So we got 1 yes, 2 no. 3 abstain. We are at item number 12, so that means we've got just a handful left, so hang with me here. 204 yes, 37 no, 8 abstain. Do we have the author for number 13, homeless shelter? Oh, crap. I guess I get to read. Oh, wait. Here she comes. We're moving on quickly.
Hello, I'm Phyllis Harjo. I'm the author of this resolution. I think it pretty much speaks for itself. I'm going to speak loud enough. Okay, I have to read the resolution. So we'll skip down to the fourth one. Well, the preceding one, actually, it's the preamble, advance the general welfare for ourselves and our posterity. So, whereas the emergency response centers and other purchases of buildings and or structures were acquired by the Cheyenne Arapaho tribes during COVID-19 pandemic. Furthermore, that these buildings remained largely unoccupied except for cultural activities or funerals or such. Some remain totally unoccupied. Whereas emergency response centers were constructed as a systematic response to an unexpected life-threatening occurrence. Furthermore, that the ERCs were built to mitigate the individual's impact of abuse, neglect, and exploitation. Whereas, per the CDC, COVID-19 is no longer a pandemic, and the need for mass isolation and quarantine no longer exists at this time. Whereas the CNA tribes have a large number of homeless who are subject to environmental elements of hot and cold temperatures, lack of food, and a place to sleep. That homelessness is not a character flaw, rather a social problem that must be addressed by its own community. Also, that by providing temporary shelter, the homeless of the Cheyenne Arapaho tribal members shall not be subject to abuse, neglect, or exploitation that the unsheltered may experience. Whereas the Cheyenne Arapaho tribe has an obligation to protect, provide, and serve its tribal citizens by providing, teaching, and including in its every decision the welfare of each and every enrolled tribal member. That the decision to serve its tribal citizens is to ensure the survival of the tribes as a whole. Now therefore be it resolved that the Tribal Council of the Cheyenne Arapaho tribes make their will be known to the 9th Legislature and the executive branch that the people have a need for and do hereby request action for the formation of a tribal homeless shelter to be completed within a reasonable time frame. So yes, the winter's coming up, and a lot of you have driven through Oklahoma City and you see the homeless on the side of the street. You see them laying under their little shade tree. You see them under the little blue tarps trying to seek protection from the elements. I think that a lot of you have driven through Oklahoma City. You've seen that. You've also probably seen an increase in El Reno and Clinton. Have you not? How many in here can raise your hand if you know somebody that's homeless or have a relative? Are not afraid to say that you've been homeless. Okay. How many in here believe that it's a problem that the tribe should undertake? Okay. How many in here think that the empty buildings could be used, that they could forfeit one to put up homeless people? Okay. So we obviously have a need, and these people are part of our circle, are they not? Are we not supposed to support one another, to build each other up? That's provide for your basic needs. What else can you do? You really can't do much of anything because you're worried about where your next meal is going to come from, whether or not you have a roof over your head. These things are important in order to prosper. In order to give back to your community, you have to have those basic needs met first. And God only knows that we have a lot of people that are living on the streets that cannot do anything because they're worried about their next meal. Granted, we have social issues that overlap this, other social issues like drug and alcohol, but we're not talking about that right now. We're talking about one little aspect, and that's being homeless. So if we can provide that bridge for these people, they're one step closer to being able to be productive citizens of our tribe. Thank you.
She can take this extra microphone home with her as her souvenir. Huh? Oh, somebody left their glasses up here too. Got tiger stripes on it. Any other discussion? Somebody called for vote? Called a question? There's two troublemakers right there. 1 for yes, 2 for no, 3 abstain. Item number 14, author, are you in the house? Colony Powwow Carnival and Pageant.
Just hold on till we get the numbers here. What is it, 175 and 41? What is it, 12? 176. Okay, thank you.
Numbers are yes, 176, no, 41, 12 abstained. Move on to item number 14. Is this one?
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Sheldon Sankey. I'm a committee member for the Cheyenne-Arapaho Labor Day Powwow Committee, and I submitted this resolution. I want to thank you for staying here and able to hear number 14. I was like, wow, I'm down at the bottom of the list, but I am glad we're able to get this going. Okay, the Cheyenne-Arapaho Tax Commission and/or Tribal Gaming will provide funds for a carnival and Southern Cheyenne-Arapaho Princess Pageant to be held in conjunction with the annual Cheyenne-Arapaho Labor Day Powwow beginning in the year 2024. And I'm going to jump down. The Cheyenne-Arapaho tribes will provide funding for a carnival and pageant to be held in conjunction with the annual Cheyenne-Arapaho Labor Day Powwow beginning in 2024. The funds will be allocated from available Tribal Tax Commission or gaming funds directly to the selected carnival vendor and electrician. The purpose of this carnival is to reduce the stress and anxiety of the upcoming school year. The pageant will continue the Cheyenne-Arapaho culture for the future. The carnival will be bid out to a available national vendor. Deposit funds may be requested several months prior to the event. Costs for the carnival are estimated to be less than $110,000 for the 4-day event. Additional ports will be needed for the carnival rides and recreational vehicles on the colony powwow grounds. The preparation costs for the upgrades will be included in the preparation cost. The Southern Cheyenne-Arapaho Tribal Princess Pageant will be held in conjunction with the annual Cheyenne-Arapaho Labor Day Powwow beginning in 2024. The pageant will determine the Southern Cheyenne and Southern Arapaho princesses. The pageant coordinator will be selected by the Labor Day Powwow Committee. An estimated budget for the pageant is $22,750. Okay, I can go through that. I did submit a budget. The budget for the carnival is less than $110,000. The estimated where I got that $110,000 was from the vendor in Apache. If any of y'all been to the Apache Rattlesnake Festival, that's what he quoted on. That's what would be paid for that carnival. However, I have talked to another carnival vendor, and they're a little bit less. Same thing with any kind of contract or vendor bid. I wanted to put it out there and get the lowest bidder for the tribes. Granted, it isn't going to be the $110,000. It's going to be less. The upgrades that are needed, there are like about 5 or 6 current plug-ins there for RVs, but they get taken up, and for this carnival, we're going to need to upgrade that. The pageant costs there are as is. You can see it written down in the packet if you have it there. Costs are a little bit high. The crowns were going for $1,200. Anything you see on there, costs have increased. Anything you have seen out there, I mean, you can look out there now. The cost for Indian taco, everywhere you go, everything went up. Meat pies went up. But I wanted to introduce this program, and I don't know if it gets funded. You know, we can pay for it, we can approve of this, and I don't know if it will get funded through the tribe. You know, currently things I don't know how resolutions get approved or how they move along, but I'm hoping that if the council approves this, then we can next move to the tribe and have the legislators follow up and back it. I look at Colony, and you think, why Colony? Why Colony? What about Indian Nations? What about one of the other powwows? Well, Colony, as being a committee member, this is my first year, I recognize that it is one of our oldest powwows, if not the oldest now that's currently functioning. This year we had some difficulty with some of the past committee with the funding there, and we had some of you know that we had an issue this year with our current chairman. All that put to the side, you got to recognize Colony for what it is. And Colony is it's a gathering of our Cheyenne and Arapaho people. Man, you talk about 22 people, or 22 people on head staff. It's a lot there. But this year I recognize, and I want to thank all the families that came out. We had 8 different families feed and have special contests. And I think about all the kids here, and I know my time's running, but I think about the kids here right now. Whenever you go to the powwows, whenever they throw out candy, man, they are just, you come out of the woodwork. And I'm just asking that we do something for our kids and get them ready for the new year, get them ready, and you go to, someone said State Fair, man, turkey leg, $16. We can't do that. But let's bring them back to our gathering, bring it back to our people, and invite everyone back to the 2024 Labor Day powwow. That's all.
Any other discussion? Be sure and introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Josie Boton, and I'm on the Oklahoma Indian Nation Powwow Committee, and I've been on there for over 15 years. I know that Colony had renovations last year, but with Oklahoma Indian Nation, we have never had any renovations. We probably get our electric rebuilt, patched up every year, but if you're going to include just Colony, I think you need to include all the powwow committees. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Call for vote. Got the 2 troublemakers again.
Vote on my own? Yeah, you better vote on your own.
Author for the item number 15, increase elders check to 500. Ooh.
If there are any elders that haven't received a plate, could you please raise your hand? And the girls will bring you a plate. Just keep your hands up and they'll get to you. If you have to rest, it's okay. Put it back up again.
Food right now is only supposed to be for those diabetics, and the others are carrying it. Don't know how to follow directions. But here we go on this next item. Oh, wait. 90 yes, 132 no, 5 abstain.
Hello, I want to welcome all the out-of-district people, the out-of-state people. You're welcome here. We're glad to see y'all, and I'm just glad to see each and every one of you here. We're all blessed today because we woke up this morning. And I would like to bring this resolution here. It's like to increase the elders' pay.
Just read it.
Okay. Okay, all right. Up to 500.
I shall start at the third one. The tribe's website states that the Tribal Elder Care Program has established that elders provide direction and wisdom for the Cheyenne and Arapaho people. Their values, history, and way of life are being taught to serve as our guide into the future. Elders are defined as being 55 years and older, whereas the Tribal Elder Care Program provides a wide range of services to honor and show appreciation to our elders. Among these benefits, a monthly food check in the amount of $150 for elders 55 to 61 and $300 for elders 62 and older is distributed monthly. And whereas the enrollment for elders as of June 17, 2023 is 2,488. Well, the monthly food checks are available to all elders. Each elder must apply for this benefit, therefore, not all elders currently receive this. The number of elders receiving the elder food checks is currently at 2,308. Whereas in May 2022, the tribal legislature passed a resolution giving elders 62 years and older additional $150 per month. Elders 55 through 61 continue to receive only $150 per month. Whereas there are two statistics that impact the effectiveness of these amounts. It has been discussed during public hearings that the elders receive this benefit because they are often tasked with providing for their family. The first statistics is the rate of inflation, which has risen 17.5% since 2021. The second item is that the life expectancy of Native Americans dropped by 6.6 years from 2019 to 2021. Our life expectancy is now 65.2 years of age. And now, therefore, be it resolved by the Tribal Council of the Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes that in order to provide for their families during the remainder of their shortened lives, tribal elders will receive a monthly food checks in the amount of $500. Be it further resolved, the tribal elders request an amendment to include a cost of living adjustment to be implemented at the beginning of each year to be added to the amount of the elder checks. The amount of the cost of living adjustment will be the same rate as that for the tribal employees when receiving their cost of living adjustment. We feel that it is fair and just to award the above mentioned dollars to our surviving elders during their latter years to become effectively immediately. Be it finally resolved, the Tribal Council of the Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes approves the elder monthly food check increase $500 for all tribal elders age 55. Okay. I would like to say that I think that the 55-year-olds should be entitled to receive the $500 because there are some 55-year-olds that are disabled and they can't take care and they can't get out to work. They can't take care of their little ones and provide for them. And it would really help them out, and I know it would help a lot of us here, our elders, because you know what? We are considered, that we should be considered and respected by our tribe because we are elders and we're getting to the end of our road. And I just want to say that all these elders here too, they take care of their grandkids and great-grandkids because they don't want them in the system, so they're taking them. And it's none of our business why they are taking care of them, only that they are taking care of them because they're their kids. And I tell you, we all love our children. We'll do anything for them. But when it comes to our grandkids, I tell you, that's special. They are special. And that's all I can say.
Any other discussion?
Thank you for the grandparents to take care of their grandchildren. Because if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be here for Susie and Chester Wassany. They showed me the right way to live, and I appreciate that every day of my life. I have seen documentation about cost of living for administration more than once, more than twice, but I don't see cost of living concern for elders. Their cost of living goes up as well, and I hope that we support them. I don't consider myself an elder, but an elder is an elder is an elder. 55 is what the government considers an elder. I haven't gotten the wisdom yet, but an elder is an elder is an elder. Just the way that a tribal member is a tribal member is a tribal member. I don't like the separation in any way, shape, or form. We're all tribal members. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay, the two troublemakers have voiced their deal again. So 1 for yes, 2 for no, 3 abstain.
We don't have all day.
Oh, and I'm getting distracted here. Agenda number 16. We're knocking on the door. We're downhill. Number 16 author. Please be it here. Talking about these elders. Pulled up and said, "Damn, who's that old guy?" Man, that's my classmate.
Okay. 15, 216, 79, and 6.
Okay, yes, 216, no, 79, abstain 6. Now, agenda item number 16. Got it's just like me, I'm always sweet. If you need extra sugar, just let me put my finger there. It'll be all right. Author for number 16. Wait, I got to get a drink. You want to read 16?
I just want to let everyone know that if you need to do a change of an address for per cap, you can come right over here to the table on this side and they can notarize it. They can get that done for you today. Right over here. They're waving their arms.
The ones with the hairy armpits. Just look for them over there. I crack myself up sometimes. Okay, number 16, since the author's not up at the table, let's do this. Go down to the third whereas. Cards should be issued to each member of the Tribal Council 18 over with the following stated on the card. On the current membership identification card, where it states membership identification in parentheses, that shall be changed to Tribal Council ID. Number 2, on the back of tribal member ID cards, it should state as follows. It is hereby certified that the individual whose photograph and signature appear on the reverse hereof is an enrolled tribal council member of the Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes, a federally recognized tribal government which has authorized the issuance of this tribal identification card. Note, each tribal council member is protected by and operating under tribal sovereignty under the Constitution of the Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes. Oh, on the front and back of each tribal council ID card shall state each tribal member is protected by and operating by the Cheyenne Arapaho tribes and the above listed items. Any discussion on that? Man, she didn't even move her lips, and she said to vote. She got some big lips, too. I would have seen her move. Any discussion? Call the question. Call the vote. Got a second? Okay. 1, 2, or 3. 1 is yes, 2 is no, 3 abstain.
Did the princess come in the house? I didn't see that. I wasn't here for that one.
Where were you?
I have to get a food pantry box.
No.
Okay. I was just wondering.
But the next author for the last, can you hear me? For the last resolution.
Do the dance. Wait till we get the numbers, then you'll take over. Damn, it was close. 102, 115.
Yes, 102, no, 115, abstain, 30. And bringing up the caboose,
no.
Number 17. I would have lost money on this, but we would make it to 17. So come right on up here. Make yourself comfortable.
Introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Lisa Thunderbolt. I come from District 3, Cheyenne District. I submitted this at the last moment, but I know that this resolution, I know this resolution has been, we've needed this for years, but I'm submitting it today. On the third, we're going to start on the third whereas. Whereas, as stated by the Constitution, Article 5, Section 2, to maintain proper representation of our out-of-boundary Cheyenne and Arapaho citizens, including at-large members' attendance a large legislator fails to attend the successive meetings, the remaining legislative districts have the obligation to replace the legislators. In order to preserve our sovereignty, culture, and tradition of the Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes, it is time to include an enlarged legislator for proper representation as a whole governing body. And as stated in the Constitution, Article 5, Section 2A, the Tribal Council has the responsibility as a governing body to exercise its powers to add an at-large legislator for the existing tribal citizens. Succeeding and establishing legislative at-large seats, the Tribal Council formally decides and resolves its previous inability to represent its out-of-boundary lines Cheyenne Arapaho citizens. Now therefore be it resolved by the Tribal Council of the Cheyenne Arapaho tribes to be it finally resolved. I'm sorry. I'm trying to read real fast. But there was a previous resolution, I think it was number 7, but that is calling for a tribal council vote. We do need this implemented right now. So if this passes today, then they can start the process of getting the 2 at-large tribal council, oh my gosh. Tribal legislators, 1 for Arapaho districts, out of state,
and out of boundary lines, and one Cheyenne out of state, out of boundary lines. But it needs to be implemented now, not 2 or 3 months later when they decide to schedule a tribal council meeting. Not all of us are ever going to be here all again. So we're going to miss this time frame to vote on this.
That's it. Any other discussion? Okay, call the question. So we got 1 yes, 2 no, 3 abstain. For number 17, the at-large legislative seats. Huh? I know, that's what it is. Because there was 16. We're on 17.
Yeah, 17.
Yeah, that's the last one. Yeah, we can act like we're doing something.
Yeah, everybody knows we're voting, right? Man, I'm going to make these first 4 rows here chair-free next time. So all the troublemakers sit right over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, 4 rows. You have to find someplace else to sit.
Did we make quorum? Oh, 105.
98 yes, 105 no, 12 abstain. I want to congratulate each and every one of you for enduring this, another successful operation. Thank you, thank you. See you next year.
I was going to have Margaret Behan come up and do a prayer closing us out. Everyone, please feel free to get in line and eat, and I appreciate you so much for showing up. It's a powerful thing when we all come together like this.
No. Okay, I just thought I would hesitate, they would do it their own, but they're not. Okay. No. Nihil ma'avika natsisive ma'avika na but na apusi. Nawit ma'ahonis nikobatan Jahan natus to Tribal Council meeting, the people. And then I statistas. Now here was the meetings, the Hoto House, the Heart, the Manok, the Western Hifst. Now, Makamakad. Na te ishe edito house na hamni Natasha ahtamons to ho asked what's the net to na Hawaii to Mrs. to na what's the name of Bibi Almertaman Bibi Wotnasham to all our relatives to related. One place that's a Nidashi Nistamons Dashi Wartums hit the Ostos to heart the mouse by people that had a voice, people that wrote these amendments. Here was to what to do us better our lives to New Orleans. Na election time to Hawaii to our mass agreement to Kistus na Hawaii work decisions na what's the numbers to homeless na to our masterman tunata Natus na Natasha Pivi Hini Instama na Hanatus Tihat Mano Hinahan. Amen.
Thank you so much.